activities. So that's why we have just simplified it. We had simplified our territories, areas, to make sure that our colleagues can replace each other. So we have West, Central East region, and then we got two specialists, colleagues that are in charge of 5Gs and preparation of grant projects. Nevertheless, I don't want to share with you only talking. Also, I would like to show you, demonstrate activities of BCOs in numbers. So more than 200 consulting were requested. More than 400 operators handled troubles with us. We have organized informative webinars. We have developed information, documents, materials, educational videos, and we are conducting trainings throughout different regions in cooperation with micro-regions and local action groups. So you see how many municipalities we have visited. Actually, nowadays it amounts to more than 98% of small municipalities. Nevertheless, we also conduct consulting with some larger towns and cities that had requested cooperation from us. So that's about BCO activities in figures, and I already explained that without my colleagues it will not work. Nevertheless, it will not work without other stakeholders on the market. So we had to establish close cooperation with the National Local Action Group Network, Association of Regions, Association of Towns and Cities, Czech Technical Universities, Ministry of Regional Development. Also, we cooperate with providers of electronic cooperations, communications, and also the small and medium enterprises associations and so on. We could cooperating with other operators, for instance, the Council of Independent Industry, APIK, and so on. It is always about cooperation, communication and cooperation. So speaking about connectivity, so one of the issues we have handled with the Ministry of Education, IT guru, for instance, it was necessary to develop a supporting material. So, for instance, when you hear school, then how the schools should compute basic operational hours, how to explain others how the school works, how internet works, and what should be expected from operators. So it was a brief explanation about our project. I tried to be really quick, so then we will allow ourselves to break. But we still have some time left, so I will use it. What you are going to see today at all of our presentations represent about 5% of BCO activities. We would have to organize several days seminars in order to cover all of our activities. So we have tried to prepare for yourself one room next to the lobby. There is a presentation. They are presentation boxes. So we have displayed about 60% of our activities. So you can look at it. It comprises of activities in the form of webinars, maps that will be explained by my colleagues later on. Smart cities. Development of 5G demonstration projects, and you'll see activities related to webinars we have organized, and you can actually request them. We can organize them anytime in the future. Again, we visit villages, municipalities, local action groups, regions, and in the upcoming months we plan two trainings. One training with Pardubice region and the other training with Hradec Králové region. So those are the activities in close future that we have planned, and I think it will progress progress our knowledge of all of us. So the biggest trouble in our activities is interpersonal communication. So communication without communication will not work at all. So I have covered short introduction. We have started slightly with delay, so I didn't want to steal your time. So my colleagues had prepared refreshment for you during my presentation. Of course, you are free to take it with you. So something sweet, something salty, coffee, tea is available. You are welcome to take it with you here to our conference room. We will resume in a minute. So let's break for 10 to 15 minutes. So you have time to look at the presentation boxes and refresh yourself, and then I will start with the other session related to grants and in fact an overview of the electronic communication networks. So we will allocate more time for it because it is quite complex issue. So I would like to share with you some transparent overview. Thank you very much. So have a nice break. Enjoy your coffee and refreshment, and see you in a few minutes. We will announce. My voice is quite strong. You will hear me for sure. 10, 15. Let's be back 10:15, please. And the refreshment is ready for you. So thank you very much. See you at 10:15.
Stánek balíček, očko. Zaplaču to. Takže přestávku máme.
So I hope you have refreshed yourselves and we can get back to work. Now there will be a discussion concerning public and private networks and public subsidies, public aid. The discussion will be moderated by Mr. Manhart and Mr. Očko. And also I would like to invite Mr. Pekarek from the Ministry of Regional Development, Mr. Valicek from the Ministry of Industry and Trade, Mrs. Pachutová from the Ministry for Regional Development, and Mr. Bohdan Urban from the Ministry of the Interior to come on stage. Please sit down.
Tak, já vás tady vítám u...
So, welcome back for the second session, which will concern our subsidy projects for public and private networks. And now we would like to focus on presenting the types of networks and also the subsidies which are being prepared for these projects. Firstly,
vždycky tady máme problémy to vždycky ty věci zapnout. Takže já jenom v první části...
So firstly, I would like to show you the structure of the electronic communications network, starting from the access elements to the buildings, through the networks, in the streets where the people are living, up to those elements which connect this infrastructure to the central point. So these are the key types of the networks. And we are going to talk about this because it is linked to the subsidy projects. Furthermore, we should present the electronic communications, because when you say telecommunications, most people say we have a Wi-Fi connection at home. So this is a synonym for any kind of communication for them. The people do not know what kind of infrastructure they have. So I have picked 4 parts which describe the electronic communications networks. The first one being the passive infrastructure, the pipes, tubes, fibers, but also the poles for the antenna, so that you know what a 60 gigahertz connection means. Another part are the active technologies. These are the transmitters, routers, switches of the operators, and above all that, there's another layer, and that's the service that you receive at home or in your office. I will not go into greater detail, but whenever you want, you can approach us and we can go through it and speak about the individual parts with you. I quite often explain these things, even to children at schools, so it is quite simple and comprehensible. But people at home normally do not know what it means, so we are trying to explain those things. And there is also a video available which explains how your home connection works. But in addition to the infrastructure, there's the division into fixed and mobile networks. As regards the fixed networks, it is still quite complicated. So there's another division, another level of splitting. And so this is split into fixed and mobile networks. And apart from that, we also have public networks and non-public networks. It is not easy to find the definition in all legal regulations, but it is described in the national plan of developing the ENG and VHCN networks. And also we have a publicly accessible electronic communication service and non-public electronic communication service. So this is the core of the structure, but to make it even more complicated, there's an infrastructure which is presented here, and on the even we can provide these non-public services using, for example, the VPN technology. So all that is interconnected. Why am I saying that? We need to understand what my colleagues will be talking about. We need to understand the context. I will stay with the non-public networks because currently there are three key types of those. One is the non-public network of critical infrastructure. That is why a colleague from the Ministry of the Interior is here. Then there is a public administration network. So it's that part that you normally operate and use. And these things need to be distinguished because the access or the approach can differ based on the related legislation. And then there are business premises, processing lines, and they also use non-public networks, but they are not regulated by any regulations. but also your home Wi-Fi is considered a non-public network. So this is the context. And now I'll give the floor to David Valíček, who will present. Mr. Pekarek is the first speaker, and he will present the non-public network. So please, let's switch for another presentation. Will you remain seated, or do you want to come to the speaker desk? Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. This conference hall has the capacity of 500 people, but today there's less, so you seem to be a little bit lost in this space, but nevertheless, I would like to speak about the non-public networks calls as regards the subsidies, and my colleagues later will speak about the calls for the public networks. IROP is the facility for the financing. It is an operational program to finance these activities, and the total allocation is almost 120 billion Czech crowns. The Czech Republic is actually, economically, it's actually split in 3 regions. Each of these regions having different eligibility for European financing, but altogether it's almost 200 billion. So the contributions are a little bit higher than previously, but the trend for the future will be a declining trend as regards co-financing. So we will have to get used to it as a public sector. The public financing will not be as generous as it used to be. The Czech Republic is becoming richer, even though the newspapers provide a different picture. So there are 6 IROP priorities, which is a high number, and there are different elements, different areas of focus, but there are also different operational programs. Frequently they overlap, but in this case our main focus is the public administration. We also provide financing to some private activities, but not to such a great extent. So talking about the networks, these are covered by the specific objective 1.1. This number 1.1 means that it is the top priority for the European Commission. It is called a policy objective, policy goal, and there are 6 goals, and this one is the very top. Is at the very top, the Green Deal being a lower priority one. So you can see that the European Commission prefers digitization to Green Deal.
So digitizing is still priority number 1 for the European Commission, and it should be also priority number 1 for us. So funding is quite high, more than 10 or 15% of IROP dedicated to digitizing. We split it to three main pillars. First of all, cybersecurity, then e-government, and then e-health, which is a little bit separated, because if digitizing and IT is important for Commission, then the e-health is even more important for the Commission. So, in fact, healthcare plays the main role within the e-government. Nevertheless, it is closely related to connectivity, which is a horizontal element. I have heard now that the European Commission considers as a system failure of the Czech Republic the failure to achieve the connectivity. So I would say our position is slightly deteriorating. The trouble is that without connectivity, we won't achieve to digitize e-health. In fact, we won't digitize anything. So it is all closely interrelated. But the connectivity is really important. So our contribution for the public administration, which is, however, dependent on the private connectivity, because also speaking about non-public networks, you have to deliver the internet, even though it is not about the internet. The public non-network infrastructure can handle everything without the internet, actually. So in Europe, we have got postponed applications, and it is done for the projects when the projects are complex. You cannot develop them in 1 week, 1 month, or half a year. Of course, the quality of the application project is really important, and it takes time. So the calls were announced. Everybody can read it. They can consult it with us. And of course, for the public administration, if they want to apply for a grant, they have to analyze the structure, architecture of their own network, number of participants, and so on. We don't want to educate the participants by Europe, but we do so actually, because if people want us to do something, then we request something the participants. Participants have to do also, but I think it will be clear. There is quite a lot of money, almost 3 billion, in the less developed region, which is the poor grey north. Unfortunately, speaking about legislation, they get less money than developed region. It is true only for digitizing, because for the other areas, European legislation determines that less developed regions should get more money than the transition regions, for instance. Only digitizing is converted. It was approved by the parliament like that, and also the territory has to work with that, even though the absorption capacity and interest would be higher in less developed regions. That's how it is set for this period. We will see what will happen in the next programming period, and nobody knows how it will develop. It is partially exact, partially political decisions. In Hungary, they are just redesigning the map in every election period, so we don't know yet. So in the next period, the map will look differently, even though the less developed regions in north will be already richer compared to the European mean value. So parameters of the calls, we can just explain it now. It may vary from 1 million to 100 million for regional projects, or up to 450 million for the national projects. For instance, if the Ministry of Interior decides to apply for it, but we will see. It is not quite clear what will be the action plan, what will be accepted in the national action plan. Well, the self-governance is governing themselves, so it's quite difficult to achieve it. But speaking about the state, a new information agency was established, so hopefully it will be good. So, in fact, closure of receipt of application mid-2025, we can extend the period depending on the interest. Then a latest date of completion, 31st of December 2027. Of course, if something is not going right in the project, then we may also extend the deadline, but it would have to be justified by objective regions. Maybe the applicants are blaming the previous dimension. This is not the eligible reason. So I have to say, even state administrations try to find different excuses. Speaking about eligible applicants, it's a public administration, in fact, regions, municipalities, and organizations established by them. Then ministries, international calls. We got a limit one applications per one company ID because we don't have enough money there, but we will see whether we will amend it or not. Then call parameters, place of implementation according to regions, and Czech Republic, of course, it has to be a national project. So we will see what and who will apply. Co-funding, you see it, 70% of co-funding. We have set this limit identical everywhere, so it is justified. So 70% and 30% to be paid by own resources, funds, national budget, zero. We have already said it like that. So Ministry of Finance really like our progressive approach, requiring nothing from the state budget. It is with respect to the current situation. Then, of course, speaking about the national budget, it's traditional approach. Of course, we have to somehow prorate it like that in order to reach 100%. I don't have enough time to explain everything, but the presentation will be posted. Maybe we will allocate more time for your questions. So. Generally speaking, of course, a consent of the main architect, chief architect, is important, which is requested for all IROP projects, and of course a strategy of construction and operation of non-public networks has to be developed and approved. So thanks to those calls, development of networks is done at regional and municipal levels. Even the preparation strategies are good, even though we got a lot of strategies in the Czech Republic, but those strategies are important. We have developed a lot of strategies that are not that important, and those who are actually important were not developed, but it is changing now. So speaking about eligibility, active elements, infrastructure, and so on, so rationality, approach calculation, then once it is supported by explanation, it's eligible. So hardware, software, digging the trenches, and so on. My colleagues will probably explain it later on. Maybe they have managed to achieve the good strategy in the OP. So I will see, and maybe we will just copy and paste the best practice. But for the time being, we don't think it's feasible for Europe. Camera systems, we had to reject it explicitly. Nobody requested networks. 90% of applicants wanted cameras, but we are not a camera-oriented program. So Ministry of Interior announced a call for cameras. So rationality test. So after the agreement with the Ministry of Regional Development, currently we are preparing a simple form that you can actually download and you can of course contact us for guidance. So I would like to thank you very much for time being. Can we post it? Can we post your presentation? Yes. So maybe do you have any central email address, contact data, where people can send their questions? It is in the presentation. Maybe if you can display our presentation. It's good that you have interrupted me, but we started later, so it's not my fault. So you see here. That's the website, and we don't use email anymore, but consulting service like in the bank ticketing system, crr.cz for the regional development, and you can just submit your question through the ticketing system. Thank you very much. Sorry for interrupting you. I understand that this topic is quite interesting and quite rich, but I would like to thank you very much for perfect introduction of the program. And now I would like to invite David Valíček. We will focus from the fixed non-public networks to public fixed networks, from the non-public fixed networks. So thank you very much. So Mr. Pekarek was interested to know what's the network coverage in the Czech Republic. So let's see the data, how Czech Republic had progressed during 2015 to 2022 in the last programming period. NGA 30 megabits per second fixed network coverage. You can see that it developed quite well. Speaking about 100 megabits per second, it also progressed. And looking to comparison to foreign countries, EU countries, so we have developed our speed by 2 positions left, actually. So Czech Republic had completed all the goals, speaking about NGA and connectivity. And let's focus here. What is your idea? I think that it looks really good. And I should talk about grants, subsidies. I will definitely get to grants, but what you see on the picture was delivered by the market, actually. Microphone, please. We cannot. So that's the average, of course. Those are the data. It's not median. This is an average. Microphone, please. We cannot interpret without microphone. So those are official data of the European Union. So the market delivers the coverage by networks in the Czech Republic. Yes, that's true, that there are still areas that are not covered, and we should focus our grants to non-covered areas because the market is failing over there. I will just speak about it later on. Let's talk about it later because it's a basics. What do we do for that? We improve the investment terms and conditions. It is necessary to share the infrastructure. It is necessary to protect private investment and, of course, motivate market through subsidies or grants. Speaking about improving the conditions, yes, we will start with one area. We will explain it later on. Also, it's new construction act, digitizing building permit process and so on. Speaking about construction building networks, it's about investment construction, and it requires us to be effective, and it is definitely something that requires our attention. And I guess our colleagues from the Ministry of Regional Development will comment it later on. I would like to say that digitizing of the construction permit procedure depends or is related with the digital technical maps. It will include, and they already include, information about all infrastructure and transportation in the given area, and those digital technical maps will constitute a basics for digitized construction permit. It is interrelated, of course. Speaking about development of digital technical maps, the Ministry of Regional Development together with municipalities had progressed a lot. The first DTM, Digital Technical Maps projects, were completed. The others will be launched as from the 1st of January. So data from private providers of the transportation infrastructure will be loaded to DTM starting 1st of July 24. It will be operated live as requested by the law. So we have mapped the current infrastructure and we will be able to use it. Everybody will be able to use those information to be shared. What is really important? Yes, sharing is very important also. Sharing is the way how to make construction cheaper and accelerated. So sharing the infrastructure, both at the level of physical infrastructure, the duct protecting layers and the cable protectors and so on, it could be implemented based on the information retrieved from DTM. The ministry had already prepared the amendment of Act 194 2017, speaking about the sharing. Then this act will improve the sharing system. Yes, speaking about sharing, it is important. We can share physical infrastructure, we can share at the level of networks, and provided that the network infrastructure is public. If we speak about public infrastructure network, also non-public private networks can be operated on public infrastructure. So that's why Ministry of Transportation considers building the public network infrastructure as a crucial step in order to ensure better coverage. Speaking about protection of investment, protection of private investment, in fact, the development is ensured primarily or predominantly by private investment. It will be explained in the afternoon, so Mrs. Kobova will explain it in the evening, so I will not speak about it now. So it's about the public consulting. And the last things are subsidies.
So finally, to the topic I should be speaking about. So here you can see the wide areas as regards coverage, including 100 megabyte per second coverage. Still, it looks quite nice in general, but talking about gigabit level, the situation is completely different. So in NGA, we have achieved the goals, but here, as regards the high-capacity networks, the situation is completely different, and the starting point is much worse, especially in the rural areas, and comparing it to the objective of coverage for all by 2030, we can be thinking about the reasons why the situation is so poor, but also we need to think about what to do about it. My personal opinion is that we have used little of the grants, of the subsidies for building the network infrastructure. And secondly, even the investments that have been used, the work takes too long, so we do not see the result as yet, because we have long building permit processes, etc. The cooperation with the municipalities is complicated. It is complicated to obtain the permit to sign an easement contract, etc. So all these things are key to see what should be done about it, so that the construction phase is more efficient. We have gained some experience as regards the support to the network, to the coverage, but having cooperated with other stakeholders and with the broadband competence office, we have learned how to make use of the EU funds. And we have already completed some of the projects. Some will be completed by the end of the year. Talking about the National Recovery Plan projects, these are more successful because people already had the experience. The demand was really high. The projects looked very good, very high quality. So we are progressing here, and because the National Recovery Plan projects are focusing on the gigabit society, I believe we will make use of this experience to move forward, even though the starting point is quite low and differs in different areas. But what should be done? We need a better environment. But we made a lot of work on this aspect. Also, the Ministry for Regional Development does a lot in this respect. We are heading towards a simplified building permit process, and we will also have to get better in utilizing the subsidies. And lastly, what we need is improving the cooperation with the municipalities. We need to engage the municipalities. We need to ask the municipalities to help with the projects financed from the EU funds. Should it be any easement? Should it be communication? So any aspect they can help with, we need to ask them for help, for cooperation. Because the implementation period is very long, and only thanks to cooperating, we will be able to progress even more. So thank you very much for attention. Thank you, David. These are certainly issues we will talk about later. But I would like to thank for the graph, which I understand now, but still what is quite surprising is Romania, which based on this perfect data from the EU is completely covered, including the Carpathian mountains. It seems strange to me because if it is correct, the Romanians are really good. We need to have a look at how the networks are built and what the legal basis is like, because it is not always easy to compare the countries. Frequently, the legal environment is different, the building modes are different. And for example, in Austria, where the building permit process was one of the longest, they started providing grants only to those areas where the local government allows so, because otherwise it's loss of money. So let me hand over to Mr. Očko now, who will talk about the calls for the public mobile networks. Well, I will stand up and go to the reader desk, and I will try to be quick. And I will add some information to what Mr. Valicek has said, because all the activities that we are running work well. And in cooperation with the ministry, we decided to use the National Recovery Plan for some additional activities which are innovative compared to covering the white spots on the map. One is a support to the rural areas, to the coverage in the rural areas. This call has been announced. We are evaluating it, evaluating the applications right now, and this is really a new thing, and therefore some of the applications will have to be completed, modified, but still I believe this is an important thing, and it is being monitored by politicians, by the Senate, for example. Senate dedicates a lot of time to it, but I am happy that it's been running, and if there is money available in future, maybe it will continuously or gradually get simpler, and we will be not so much stretched for time. So that's my first slide. One more information. There is one accompanying activity, which is the coverage of railway corridors with a signal. It is related to the BTS construction, and we are happy for being able to cooperate with the Czech Technical University. Here, the corridors are not easy. It is a completely new thing, and I believe we will reach the goal successfully. I am also happy I can mention one more thing. we should not provide support only to the coverage where the allocation is quite high, but at the same time, we should try to demonstrate how high-speed connection, specifically 5G, can help municipalities and industries to be competitive. It can help the municipalities to provide innovative services to the population. So we came up with what we called demonstrative or demonstration projects, primarily focusing on 5G, and we tested this activity on a project done in cooperation with the Ministry for Regional Development. It was a project focusing on 5 cities where there were similar interesting pilot projects. So there was a call for these 5 cities, and we are expecting the first project to come, and we would like to open one more similar call. My last slide is related to what Mr. Stavros Kalapotas from the European Commission is going to present in the afternoon. This concerns Connecting Europe facility, and this is being used for the 5G corridors already. We have launched a project Prague-Munich for 5G connection, and I believe that some of you are already active in some cross-border activities. And also there's one more activity, 5G and Edge Cloud for smart communities. So these are the pilot demonstration projects using the 5G and Edge Cloud technologies. And I'm happy to say that in this respect, our thoughts were similar to the European Commission, and this allows us to gain some money from the European funds. And if you are interested, we can consult similar projects. So that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank you a lot. And I guess you understood now why I just wanted to explain what type of networks actually exist: fixed, mobile, public, non-public. And now I would like to invite our colleague from the Ministry of Regional Development to tell us something about one interesting call related to demonstration applications. I hope you can hear me.
Možno stlačam niečo zle? Jo, tak už som to až prehnala. Okay.
So I would like to show you our introductory slides about Ministry of Regional Development and Ministry of Industry and Trade Cooperation. I just wanted to explain it to you, but it has been already presented, so I will go through the first slides really quickly. So I stood up in order to be more heard. So on this map you can see 5 selected cities where we opened the first call for 5Gs and the first activities that were done. For instance, cameras in Ústí nad Labem city or Bílina cities. It was quite interesting. Or improving the transportation safety in Karlovy Vary and so on. So I will go through the historical overview really quickly, and I would like to introduce you the second call. It will be quite interesting and quick. The first call was actually focusing on selected 5 cities, but this second call will be in fact, focusing on extension of demonstration projects, demonstrating 5G technologies usage in smart cities. It will be similar to the first call, so you can focus on security, monitoring or mobility, or also focusing on education, healthcare, and generally speaking on smart cities. It is also very important that the application should contribute to supporting local development and demonstrate the benefits of advanced 5G ecosystem technologies in order to improve the added value. Speaking about support parameters, we have allocated 610 million. We have allocated 500 million as a minimal total eligible expenditure, and then maximum total eligible expenditure 20 million Czech crowns. Nevertheless, VAT is not an eligible expenditure under any circumstances. It relates to the territory of the entire Czech Republic. And speaking about the eligible applicants, you see legal persons, then territorial self-government units, public authorities, public and private entities working in the given territory. We have to consider what important, but it is important that those projects does not substitute public support, which is really important for the eligibility of the applicants. And I would like to show you the expected schedule. The call will be announced sometimes during November, and let's hope that at the beginning of next year, January, we will close the receipt of applications, and in fact, sometimes during May or June, the applications will be evaluated, and the completion of the project is scheduled for December 2025. Other specific parameters, very important item, as 100% of funding is time eligibility of the expenditure starting from the 1st February 2020 to 31st of December 2025. The implementation may start before the application for support is submitted. So actually the project may be already progressing, and we are in fact supporting those projects that are not substituting public support. And of course the project have to respect national recovery plans rules and applicable legislation. Procurement do not significant harm or red flags. Of course, eligible, non-eligible expenditures, I will not read it out, but what is probably interesting in the eligibility, construction and engineering works, once imagining that you would need to build a pole with a router on. It is a construction project which is related to the project, and we may fund it. While speaking about construction of new communication, then I don't see any relationship with 5G, and it is no longer eligible. So you can see the call here. We have in fact announced the call notice on the Ministry of Regional Development, European Union National Recovery Plan, or you can download the QR code and you will get more information about eligibility and non-eligibility of the cost, and of course other parameters that I have not read out. So then I would recommend you also to read the information on the first call. Again, you can navigate it on our ministry website or just download the QR code. What is important to note that the second call will be very similar. So if you wish to get ready, so it's advisable to look at the first call. So that's it. Thank you very much. I'm here for you. And I would like to, in fact, share with you one disclaimer. I am just deputizing my colleagues that are not here with us, so we will appreciate your emails, sending it to smart.mmr. So what my colleague had suggested, we in BCO, we have started with our colleagues to cooperate closely on the assistance and consulting related to those demonstration projects because we think it is really important once operators invest in construction of expensive 5G networks that represent new investment and it is necessary to use it. So then everybody should know how to use it, what are the options and so on. So we are helping visiting regions and for instance in Zlín region we have made the analysis. In fact, it was made by one colleague representing analyzing companies, so that's what BCO is also doing. So we try to interconnect you with the knowledge of operators. So if you decide to invest in some networks, then it should work. Now I would like to give floor to Director Urban. In fact, we were talking about public, non-public networks, but we can also determine how the non-public networks look like from the crisis management point of view. So.
Dobrý den.
Good morning. It seems that it works. My role here is specific today because you have seen many presentations concerning the grants and funding, but what I should present is the existence of private networks that are slightly different. These may cover non-public networks established in the public interest. We operate non-public networks, wired and non-wired ones, based on the competence law, but our primary regulation that we follow is the law of electronic communications. And the networks, based on this law, the networks that we operate are non-public, and the information on these networks are not reported fully to the telecommunications office. The reason why we have those is to ensuring communication between our units, internal communication. We have 1,050 backbone points connected. It is communication for the police of the Czech Republic, and this is an integrated telecommunications network. It is based on a redundant topology. The backbone points are on the level of the regions, and from the regions the connection goes wider. and currently all the Czech Republic is connected with the exception of the region of the Zlín corridor. Some related information concerning the fixed infrastructure. We consider provision of state services an important issue, and we need to exchange information on the agenda across the public administration, and this is an important network which is also partly used for the connection of regions to the central services point. And currently this allows for the connection of the regional networks, but the state should not invest down to the level, to the lowest level, but they should take into consideration, for example, regional level or public authorities, which also use the CESNet connection connected to the central services point. We also struggle with the topology. The network is being built continuously. Sometimes there are original metallic cables laid in the 1990s. So we use our projects now also to deal with this topology. We also support with the non-public networks the crisis management units at the level of regions and municipalities, and we cooperate with the Association of Regions and the Ministry for Regional Development. We have quite an intense communication with them, and right now we are completing a project to implement routers that are necessary. COVID experience and Ukrainian crisis experience shows us that the concept of non-public network for crisis management, an independent network, is key. During the refugee crisis, we saw that we can also operate in the regime of a non-public virtual network, which can be set up quite quickly, but it is not self-reliant in terms of providing services to the crisis management units in line with the modern trends. Still, the police units, Czech police units, are operating on the level of 100 mega connection, so we need to improve that, and we need a capacity allocated, which the biggest problem is the capacity allocation. We are not capable of providing a fixed capacity in these networks, and it is a major issue. To sum it up, the integrated telecommunication network of the Ministry of the Interior is not something that is meant only for exchanging data internally. It is also meant for getting connected to the regions, municipalities in a period of crisis. when things need to be dealt with quickly. What is also necessary in this respect is a network security documentation, which needs to be applicable quickly and easily as well. And also we will have to use virtual networks. They will be getting more and more important. It needs to be scalable, but we rather rely on a shared infrastructure, a shared one. That is why I would like to say that we consider the network and as a holy thing sometimes. We are encrypting things. We use encryption at the lowest hardware level. And by that, we provide the communication highway not only to the state, but also regions and cities, based on security standards, which, in our opinion, are necessary and sufficient. Lastly, the Ministry of the Interior operates also other non-public networks like the IZS mass radio communication network. It is a transmitter network at the band of 400 megahertz. The frequency allocated is harmonized all over Europe, and it is intended only for the IZS services. It is the integrated rescue system. Then we have a network for the fire brigade vehicles as well. Now we are working on a non-public mobile virtual operator, and we obtained operators declaration for the PPR and national roaming, and a few days ago we finished discussion with the operators to start preliminary consultations concerning the technical solutions. We agree that this operator should have the nature of a non-public communication network, and for that some legislative changes may be needed. So that's all on my part. So concerning the Pegas radio network, we have 250 stations in the country. The coverage is 78–80% for manual. For the vehicle stations, it's 98%, but we will have to switch for the 5G network. But this transition stopped 2 years ago on the European level. The technologies remain to be proprietary ones, and this is not an optimum situation in terms of services optimization. So what we need is transmitting videos from the camera systems. There is a great demand for that, and objectively it is not possible at the moment. On the other hand, it is still primarily a technical discussion. It is about the price quotation, about state budgets. So nevertheless, this is a direction we are taking currently, standardization and talking about new technologies, having an intense debate about that.
Thank you very much. Just briefly, I wanted to ask, in a single sentence, would you be able to summarize the biggest issue in the construction of electronic communication network or in the services provided by the authorities? Can you summarize it by a single sentence? It's not a problem, trouble, it's a challenge. Provided we would like to build something new, then it takes a long time and it's difficult to achieve SLA for the commercial networks. Well, I'm probably not well knowledgeable, so despite the fact that we are trying to work together, but still there are some challenges in the legislation, in the permission procedures, and everything else that may speed up the construction. So we will try to improve it, of course. So the Deputy Minister had already suggested that. So we have prepared everything precisely. Information provided by our foreign guests. We face trouble with the construction, and it cannot be resolved by a single person or by a single act. It cannot be resolved even by 10 acts unless we cooperate in every single stage of the construction, starting with project preparation, design phase, preparation at the offices and so on. We want, or we should strive to achieve the common goal. That means building the 5G networks, and it should be actually something which will serve the purpose. Thank you very much. May I ask? Yes, of course, you can. Microphone, please. Victor Philip, CETIM company. So I have questions for Mr. Pekarek. I will start with something I feel really sorry about. I think it was discussed for a couple of years, and I would say the entire industry had agreed on it, including the self authorities. So it's a big trouble that there is no call in Europe that will disable to connect most of the municipalities that would be entitled, and they will not. So I just wondered whether there will be still chance in the IR to lease optical fiber through investment capex scheme, which is quite well established throughout the whole world. Then second thing, speaking about IROP, it is really good that you have described the rationality test, and starting June to next year May, when the possibility to submit applications for grants, then the trouble is that, in fact, the applicants should find out what is the current situation with connectivity in their own area. But from a real point of view, we are at the end of October, and SETI, which is the largest owner of infrastructure in the Czech Republic, nobody had addressed us. Nobody, zero questions. So that's why I started to be worried whether it will work, whether the entities will ask us, and whether they won't focus on building networks with a coverage. For instance, Ministry of Industry and Trade calls in fact, shows that with every municipality, with the exception of smaller villages up to 2,000 inhabitants, there are optical backhauls. We have about 2 million of optical connectivities. CETIM is building annually 100 connections, which does not have to mean address points, but in every case, I will bet that optical fiber from the private investor is already installed to every single hospital. So I'm just asking, in order to avoid troubles from the past, how to make sure that the European money will be used purposefully, not building parallel networks. And I'm getting back to IR. Without IR tools, unless it will be sure that you can just make a trench, put a tube with a fiber. It will cost much more than renting the fibers, because the fibers cannot be bought. It's not an eligible cost, and it's a pity that several years discussion, in fact, is wasted somehow. And Ministry of Regional Development in the recent 18 months, there's no communicating with the Ministry of Industry and Trade. It is quite logical, because they open calls for entrepreneurs. They organize meetings almost monthly, but Ministry of Regional Development is not doing anything like that. Well, I don't want to criticize you, but in fact, you may lose track what is going on in the call. What will happen if the rationality test won't be complied with? What about if CETIM and everybody else will announce you where we have the optical networks and why the applicants did not ask us for this information? I apologize for this criticism or information. I think it's a big trouble. So there were not questions, in fact. The question then is how you will run the rationality test. Speaking about IRU, we never had the rationality test. Of course, if we have lack of projects and at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, they will apply IRU in order to be in compliance with the European legislation, then it won't be problem. The lawyers, in fact, did not invent any scheme how to prepay something in the form of eligible cost. So, of course, we will then see how it is handled at the Ministry of Industry and Trade. We will keep the calls in the current shape, but if we see that the IRU expenditures were paid and certified at the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and if we identify that it is not absorbed in the way we wish, then we will apply our IRU, but I think nothing was certified from RIU. So for time being, we will wait. So it's still open, and it is related to the second question. What will happen if we won't have sufficient volume of projects due to non-compliance with test rationality or something like that? Well, generally speaking, some calls are more popular, some calls are less popular, and we are ready to shift the money, transfer the money to more popular projects. Yeah, nobody had contacted you. Yes, that's true. The truth is that Czech public administration is not acting in time. They are acting last minute mostly. That's true. And they are actually waiting for the BCO output the regions are waiting for it because since August it's known that we are working on it. So I guess then they will contact you. The rationality test is mandatory for projects with earthworks. So it may happen that earthworks won't be delivered by almost anybody, nobody, but based on the consulting. I know it's about upgrading existing networks, upgrading active elements, or purchasing passive infrastructure, starting with local operator or global player. So I think that the digging will come later, if so, because the rationality test is not an easy one, and I think the digging will not be necessary much, but we were thinking that from the very beginning. So we will see how the calls will progress. They are open until 2027, and of course we will keep an eye on the absorption. And it is not trouble for us. In case nobody is interested, then we will transfer the money to cyber security, where we have about 2 billion crowns entities on applicants on the waiting list. So calls, in fact, were approved from the partnership point of view. Also, in Europe, generally speaking, we don't have representatives of the private sector because Europe is designed for public administration. It's similar to the Ministry of Regional Development. This is all okay. It was discussed with the anti-monopoly office, and anti-monopoly office had approved it from the view of public support and networks. They are, of course, making sure that everything is okay, also from the point of view of the court litigations and so on. Speaking about rationality tests, next week we will meet one of the regions where we will test the test of rationality test in order to have everything functional. And then we will just test everything else, testing together with other mobile operators, and we will just discuss everything with them. So it should be set in some reasonable way. Of course, we don't want to prepare something on paper, not functioning in practice. Speaking about IRU, first of all, we have introduced it International Recovery Plan, so we guess it will be implemented by the end of 2025, and then there will be audits, and this programming period will be over. Well, this is important from IRU point. The National Recovery Plan is governed by different legislation than Europe. So will you also reflect it in calls? Yes, it is. We are the certification first audits, and it will be, once it is approved, once passing all the audits, then it's no problem for Europe to take it over, and we will be pleased. Okay, thank you very much. I'm really pleased that we have invited all networks, all different grant projects around one table, because it is not that common practice that everybody is meeting together and discussing the current situation. So I will then ask Mr. Valicek to come over, because actually when we spoke about the grant calls, we did not speak about the grant prepared calls that will be announced soon in the upcoming months. So please be brief. So thank you very much. We are slightly delayed, so I would like to ask you to be brief.
Thank you. I believe that differently to the previous program period, we have all progressed and learned a lot, and that we have already partly covered this. Concerning the parameters for the new call, it should cover connection networks, I mean the backhaul, as well as the access networks. As regards backhaul, this is a new area, so there will be a lot to learn again. But both these parts will be combined in one call to save time for the implementation, which is a critical aspect, as has been said already. And secondly, by doing this, we obtain sufficient efficiency for the networks to be designed in a way covering the territory reasonably. The project must cover the territory with the VHCN networks, so they have to have real impact and bring specific numbers of new connected, new points or new places connected to move forward in terms of gigabytes. The recipients will be electronic communications businesses, not only entrepreneurs, but entities registered with the Czech Telecommunications Office, including municipalities, if they are so registered. But the main group of recipients, beneficiaries, are electronic communications entities, because this is driven by the market. The building of the networks will be ensured from private funds. But where there is a problem, we add a certain stimulus to be able to make use of additional funds to achieve the best results possible and to accomplish the purpose. This is the time schedule. And even though the beneficiaries should be electronic communications business entities, the real benefit should be given to the population, to the businesses, hospitals, schools, and authorities in the particular area. All those should be benefiting from this call. And we are also assessing the number of connections from the end users. So the project will be benefiting beneficial to the end users. And if there are any municipality representatives here, how should you utilize this call, which is conceived for slightly different beneficiaries? So you should focus on the initial data on which the call is based on which we assess the areas where the support will be directed. So this initial data should be based on the data collection, and also there will be a public consultation on this. In the afternoon we will speak about it, so if you find any discrepancies, if, for example, at a certain place there is no network, we need your feedback. We need your feedback concerning what data the business entities provided to us. One more issue. Please help our beneficiaries carry out the projects within the time schedule given. If there are any obstacles in terms of issuing the permits or negotiating with the municipalities, then it is problematic to complete the project in time, and the connectivity will not be provided. So we will be communicated with the municipalities concerning the implementation, and the cooperation in this respect is key. And we believe that also thanks to cooperating with BCO, who as an intermediary between the ministry, municipalities and business entities, we will be able to improve the cooperation. And we believe that this will help us move forward in the gigabit society area. Thank you for being brief. And some additional information. Now, it's the high time to provide the connection to the regions. Between the calls will not be endless. And so far, I have not found a single material which would quantify the real financial benefit for each municipality. But the value of the municipality, the value of each building increases considerably with the high-speed connection. So this is the advantage. This is the increased value which will attract people who will come back from the cities to the smaller municipalities. So let me hand over to Zdeněk again, who will introduce and present our next colleagues. Well, this session was very interesting, and we love the interaction. This is what we really expect from the conference. We want you to ask, we want you to discuss, to interact with us. But this is an international conference, so I'm going to invite our first foreign guest, Mr. Rastislav Pavlík from Slovakia, from BCO in Slovakia, who is going to speak about the situation in the subsidies in Slovakia and also in Hungary. If you cooperate with BCO in Slovakia, ask them for a visit to their meeting room at the ministry, because it is a beautiful space.
Thank you very much for invitation. It's a great honor for me to give a speech here, and my task is to share with you experience from Slovakia. Thank you very much. So I will start with this almost last slide. In Slovakia, we have prepared a project that was about ensuring the entire broadband infrastructure. Companies were tendered to ensure the entire coverage of Slovakia. Then we covered 5 districts by 5G optic fibers, and it was focusing primarily on schools and public administration. Then, in agreement with the European Commission, this project was later suspended. So I maybe would like to explain with you why it happened. Because operators market had criticized this project that was about to ensure fibers throughout the entire Slovakia. In Slovakia, we have strong, competitive, heavily regulated market in comparison with the other projects running in Slovakia. This project, in fact, exceeded abilities of Slovakia, and we were afraid of establishing so-called unfair operator. So there was a tension between small versus large operators and monopoly versus several projects. And then, of course, politicians were not interested in the broadband coverage, and medias are also not interested in this topic. And of course, the governance was missing, governing development of broadband in Slovakia. So it was not a big topic. So I will come back to the beginning. We, in fact, based on the history, we have, in fact, developed a new process defining, change the structure, how everything will be handled in Slovakia. The primary problem was that we looked to the EU, other countries, including Czech Republic, and we have decided to do it differently. The digital decade determines that by 2030 you have to ensure 1 gigabyte to every household. We have prepared a national broadband coverage plan defining projects focusing on intervention regions and infrastructure. And we have, in fact, developed a feasibility study and also intervention strategy. The entire project, maybe I will just show it to you later on. We have actually focused on the NGA mapping and we have signed a memorandum with 23 operators, where operators committed to connect all municipalities in Slovakia, more than 50%. We have then identified that 23 municipalities were not connected. The memorandum was scheduled by 2021. So in 2022, we have monitored everything, and we found out that 21 municipalities are not connected through NGA. VHCN had defined that it is possible to extend it, and the feasibility study had designed the year 2020 as the year. So those, in fact, slides show the timeline. We have made the analysis together with the university in Žilina. Then we had several projects, not a single project, 20 projects. Then we are ready to apply at the European Commission, and in fact, Minister of Finance supervises effectivity of the projects. So we will have pilot goals that will focus on the intervention regions. So it's the last pool. You see the preparation of projects, the pilot projects, and so on. So that's what we are going to do. So we will just define in the project based on feasibility studies. We have conducted a feasibility study. We have shared the knowledge with the operators, and we were instructed that we need to communicate with operators, with the market, and creating governance of the broadband. Then we were mapping it. It will be explained after lunch. Then speaking about feasibility studies, we have defined challenges, parameters, technical parameters, environmental parameters, financial parameters, and selection criteria. Plus, in the other project, we have in fact analyzed details, and then we have received requests from politicians to prepare so-called social vouchers. We are preparing 2 types of calls currently. Maybe Based on the feasibility study, I can state that as the other member states developed the policies, we will also focus on the regions. We would like to cover households, and in fact, that's about the speed, 1 gigabyte based on the digital decade. Then the feasibility study had identified that BCO will identify and conduct the study. Speaking about environmental impacts, we just wondered which of the technology is more environmental friendly, radios or fibers. So the study disclosed it's fiber, which is more environmental friendly. Then backhauls cost and access networks cost. Those are technical requirements, really important preconditions of success. We have to map white spots, we have to open the coast, we have to identify entities, operators in our case, and of course we have defined the basics of cooperation with the municipalities. Then in the first call, we will select intervention areas based on the mapping. Then we will tender operators and operators that will offer lower cost while win the project. In case we want to find the operator in the first call, then we will open the second round of the call, decreasing the thickness of parameters. Then we will also launch vouchers for households, so those vouchers could be used in areas where infrastructure would be built. Then, of course, other criteria were defined. Speaking about intervention calls, of course, we have set a logical procedure. So pilot calls will be the first one to realize. Then we will have one cycle call, second round of the calls, and social vouchers. So it will be all logically interlinked. Based on the experience gained in the EU member states and discussion with our colleagues in the Czech Republic, what we planned for the future, e-governance, in fact, guiding the broadband program. We don't want to be in conflict with market or with the other public administrations, authorities. We are about to launch BB portal, including map of the Slovak infrastructure, including addresses. So the state aid preparation is currently being prepared. So I just wanted to highlight how to ensure that broadband implementation is successful in the Czech Republic. We have to gain political support. We need to have sufficient amount of money. Currently, we have 112 million euros. In fact, national body had defined a gap 950 million euros. Then all stakeholders have to be involved, and the policy-making, telco business administration and citizens have to create a big coalition. Then it is necessary to launch pilot projects demonstrating successful projects. Then the areas where the high-speed internet is missing, and then it will benefit citizens, entrepreneurs, and politicians. Currently, Slovakia will improve DESI index. Thank you very much.
Děkujeme Rastovi Pavlíkovi.
Thank you. Now we will play an informative video from Hungary concerning the same kind of projects in Hungary.
The main goal of the Superfast program in Hungary is to deploy next-generation access connections throughout the whole country to be able to fulfill the requirements of the digital agenda targets. That means at least 30 megabit per second, and for better connection, 100 megabit per second connections. The main idea was to cover those areas where no service was at all available or very poor service was available. This was made via mapping exercise. After that, we prepared the tendering document from financial perspective. That means we had to decide how to make interest for the service provider in those areas where we have market failures and their economic situation is very bad. We used all kind of next generation access technology, but advantage was on FTTX technology. That means those who offered a solution with fiber, they could win more tenders.
Mióta ilyen gyors a net, ez nagyban megkönnyíti nekem az élőadás készítést, amiben leginkább játszani szoktam.
A szupergyors internet lehetővé tette, hogy ugyanazokkal a feltételekkel szerepeljek a piacon, mint a városi konkurencia. Nem azzal kellett foglalkoznom, hogy időben megjöjjenek az e-mailek, miért nem jönnek meg, hanem az ügyfelek igényének a maximális kielégítésre tudtam koncentrálni.
This is the ever largest project in Hungary. That means we had to use different kind of funding. So 80% of the funding came from the EU ERDF funding, and the rest was provided by Hungarian banks. And there was one region close to Budapest where the state provided the funding. And not to forget the companies who were participating in this project, they offered their own budget as well.
Ez most nagyon jó, hogy ilyen gyors internetünk van, mert a bánságba élő rokonainkat sűrűn hívjuk, úgyhogy nálam az internet az első. Na mondjuk a férjem után.
Thanks for playing the video. It was really interesting, and as you can see, the situation in Hungary is similar as elsewhere. Compared to Slovakia, Hungary shows that education is necessary. It is necessary to visit people, provide explanations, and I think this is a thing which is common for all of our countries. So now let's move to another topic, which is experience with building permissions. So first of all, there will be a presentation by Mr. Minaj and Mr. Kafka from BCO, and this will be followed by a panel discussion. So I would like to invite on stage Mr. Flankel from Cetin, Mr. Beneš, who represents local government. He is the mayor of the city of Přerov nad Labem, and he also represents the Association of Local Governments. Thank you. Good morning. Just shortly, by way of introduction about what we are going to discuss. We visit the whole Czech Republic. We speak to mayors, we speak to operators, and we see and hear about many difficulties they face. And these may be objective or subjective, but still these difficulties do exist, and we need to be able to fix those. So what do the mayors normally say? So the municipalities view this topic in such a way that they don't want to build new networks because they may have built something nice in their village. It could have been a big investment for the village, and they have concerns that the operator after the construction will not resume the original condition. Of course, a village can run a subsidy project, which means lots of work for the mayor, and then there may be a need to lay some protector or something, and the mayor fears that they might be deprived or some money, they might lose some money because of that, and also it means additional work for them. Sometimes the mayors are not knowledgeable of the area of in the internet of funding. They believe that the 30 megabyte connection is okay. And if the population of the village are mainly elderly people, they do not want anything new, they are happy, then do not see the need to do something else. Another issue, quite a frequent one, maybe this relates, or mostly this relates to bigger municipalities. They already have some kind of infrastructure. There is normally an association, some freenet organization. They have a metropolitan network which provides some services too, and the mayor says, we already have this, we don't need anything else. So this is again an impediment for the operator. The municipalities have free infrastructure. They have prepared some kind of protection, for example, when they are building pavements, sidewalks, then an operator comes and wants to use that, but often, maybe because of lack of knowledge, this protection is late was late in a way which is unusable for the operator. Also, communication with the local operators may be bad, may be poor. mayors are looking for information, but the operators do not provide it. So the municipality obtains information that the operator wants to implement, wants to build something. The village learns about it late, and they say, no, we don't want it. But talking about the perspective of the operator, it's completely different. I am in frequent contact with operators, so I would sum it up in this way. The first priority is the business plan, because there must be some return on the investment in some period of time. So the operator wants to get their money back within some period. So this is frequently the key to whether they will invest in a particular municipality or not. So in this respect, we need to support the white areas on the map which we saw, and for that the subsidies may be used. Communication is always an issue. Sometimes the whole project is stopped because of poor communication. This is also related to the high level of serviceability or some extra costs related to some aspect of the project. Also, the municipality must find some space for the infrastructure to be placed, whether underground or on poles. They may need to place transmitters on the roofs. So all that must be mapped beforehand and used as a basis for the decision. As has been mentioned, soon the digital maps should be available. And what is also important is client penetration of the particular operator, and the fact whether there is a competitor, which may also impact the implementation of the business plan. So the view of the operator is more complex than that of the mayor. But these are not things the population is interested in, because they want to have high quality, high speed internet. But on the other hand, they don't want intense or extensive construction running in their village. So therefore, I would like to ask our guests about their experience with the building permit process. So, first of all, I'll hand over to Mr. Frankl, who is also a member of the steering committee of BCO. So, as you can see, we have close relationships. The municipalities are represented here by our guest from the Association of Municipalities. So, okay, let me hand over to Mr. Frankl.
So I have prepared one slide, and I would like to comment it. We feel, on behalf of SETIN, that of course ability to build fiber network in the given location is associated with several aspects, and we should not focus on a single aspect. Of course, the basic core of the permission procedure is about construction permits or zoning permits, but on the other hand, we have to admit the reality. So, admitting that it is big trouble to obtain permissions, any type of permissions related to construction in the Czech Republic takes long time. It will be an illusion that we will be able to create a system for electronic communication that will be speedy. It is not like that, unfortunately. We are, of course, trying to facilitate constructions, but at the end of the day, until we have a system of construction permits implemented well in practice, then it will not work well for electronic communications. So we think that that's something that needs to be considered, and we should not rely on the fact getting the permissions quickly, being able to absorb the money. It will not be like that. So we are convinced that the basic measures that will help basically to build in the given locations would be justification that due to objective reasons the project cannot be completed in a single call period, allowing the project to be completed in the next call or programming period, because unfortunately a lot of locations will not start to build networks at all because there is a high risk that it will not be completed by the deadline. The reasons are different, but the reasons it's about, of course, public administration proceedings, but we need to get the permission from private owners. So they are not always available. Maybe there will be the hire procedures and so on. So if you add the Expropriation Act to the existing act, then we may agree that the Expropriation Act in a number of years, making it efficient, it is not real. Again, it is not feasible. So we should think about allowing part of the project to continue also in the next period. We do not underestimate cooperation with municipalities. We pay a lot of attention to it, and we try not to submit projects in locations where we won't get a promise of cooperation from the given authority. By the way, have you noticed that in certain municipalities, stations, train stations, bus stations are close to the center, and in the others you have to travel by bus. It is caused by the fact that when the railway was built, some of the municipalities didn't want to admit the railways within their territory. Now we know how railways contributed to wealth of the inhabitants, to the development of the area, and it will be the same with the broadband development. There are certain municipalities that underestimate the issue or question of having broadband network fibers. Due to a number of reasons, they are rejecting it. So, of course, it will always be like that. There will be prosperous municipalities and those who will lag behind. But I don't want to be too pessimistic. We really try to, or manage to build significant volumes that are feasible only due to grants, because otherwise it will not be feasible at all. So this discussion is about how to improve the situation. We should not discuss about how bad everything is currently and nothing works. It is not like that. Different aspects work well, relatively well. For instance, fibers in Valchov municipality, which is a little village in Blansko district, 159 addresses at the beginning, no coverage. And at the end of the project, 149 addresses with the speed up to 2 gigabytes, with ability to upgrade up to 10 gigabytes. No trouble. So this is a success story among about 7,000 connections that we have built within the grant schemes, and among several dozens of thousands that we would like to build within the period, because the European Union had set ambitious goal by 2030, and we are ready to contribute to fulfillment of those goals. Still, I would like to add one information which is not positive with respect to mapping. We are able to bring fibers to municipalities, but since the time when it was mapped, somebody built a house there, it was not mapped, and this owner comes to us and asks for the fibers to be brought to his house, and we have to reject it. We are sorry, the grant rules don't allow us to do so, and this is quite frequent story. There are about 730 connections that cannot be connected today, and this is a big challenge. We should improve the situation because, of course, if a house is brand new that was not standing yet, it was not built when it was mapped, then logically it's not about protection of investment, because we are banned to connect this newly built house. So this is just a little complaint. We should continuously improve everything. I know I spoke too long. I apologize for summarizing everything like that. Thank you very much, Mr. Frankel. So I hope that everything is improving, because the Ministry of Industry and Trade started to be active in the discussion, trying to figure out how to connect newly established addresses, discussing it not only within the ministry but also with Europe. Because of course, if you hold the money, you determine the rules, but I guess a program is already being prepared. Jakub Rejsek, representative of smaller operators, they are also building the networks, and they are focusing to locations in municipalities. They are building the not only wireless networks, but they are actually building also fiber networks in those locations. So what is your experience and your opinion about it? Well, primarily, I would have to deny certain myths that we represent only smaller and smaller operators. This is important. And the second myth we need to reject is that we represent operators working with Wi-Fi. At the time when the SPT Telecom, Czech Telecom, and Telefonica did not build fibers to homes. We were, in fact, the operators building it in TTH and TTB standards, and the large operators are now trying to deliver it also. Well, it was caused by the fact that there was a gap between Wi-Fi and something else on the cable. It should be handled through fibers, logically. Our association, in fact, represents the entire portfolio of providers providing services, starting with smaller users up to backbone operators, up to the regions, building fully fiber networks or hybrid networks, ending with maybe Wi-Fi connections. CETIN is part of it. They are doing great job, and we want to have good cooperation between ourselves and the other smaller non-incumbent and incumbent and municipalities. It should be at a level that would improve possibility to get connected to our citizens. The way how it is handled in the regions. It was explained by Michal Franco. I don't need to repeat it. So maybe I will just share with you the situation in Romania. Aleš Pekarek from the Ministry of Regional Development had suggested also situation in Romania. A long time ago in Romania, they allowed to build fiber networks throughout the entire country, including the smallest village. If it was not able to build the back optics fibers, then they have just bridged the last gap by radio waves. I think that it will be great if we can focus on the smallest villages. If I just focus on ability to deliver the broadband in the smaller villages, doing it through the overhead wires. And I'm criticized that I want to achieve the overhead cables everywhere, and then we will look like Balkan countries. So we have to decide what to do. We have to make the legislation less strict, maybe, and allowing certain town halls, municipalities, building overhead wires, cables. Then we may allow them to do that. In fact, starting 1st of January 2024, inability to build overhead cables. So, in fact, it is a date, but the change will be demonstrated much later. Yeah, of course, there is a balance. If we want to speed up the construction, we should not regulate it that heavily. I would say the amendment of the construction proceedings will allow us to speed it up, and provided we are able to open the portal of the construction owner, provided we will cooperate well between BCO and the ministries. We are saying it a long time. We as an association had granted the positively designed award, nevertheless it was satiric. In starting 2014, we managed to adopt it in legislation in 2023, and then we would know about the intention in the zones by some reasonable digitally accessible method, knowing they are planning to repair something on the roads or pavements, and then we will use it as the opportunity to in fact install our project also. Speaking about municipalities, we would appreciate if somebody would offer us the fibers with subsidies, grants, being a small village. For instance, I live in a village where there is approximately 150 homes. We had some fraudsters we have never seen before, and they have never sold a single byte of data. They are showing high accessibility rate of gigabyte internet on our addresses. And I need to share with you the feedback. Please establish a reasonable process. Yes, I have seen it within the public consulting, but please educate self-government. Who comes from the self-government? Raise your hand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for coming. Let's educate and let's finally terminate cooperation with those who show high accessibility in our villages, protecting their investment, because it eliminates us to install the fibers in areas with low return of investment. And believe me, if you just calculate the fibers per 30 years of life cycles, then the return of investment will be achieved in the year 22. So you definitely need a support. That's it. Thank you very much. So, Jakob, you have built on a topic that is scheduled for the end of our conference. So, if you ever knew that with our colleagues with the Ministry of Industry and Trade, we would like to focus on educational videos showing that, in fact, the complicated architecture of electronic communication, it should be clear what is public, what is non-public networks, and so on. So now I would like to invite Mr. Beneš, who will just explain the second aspect, consumer municipality, where everything should be built, because operator without cooperation with the municipality is not able to build it.
Thank you for inviting me. Good morning, everybody. I have a short presentation from the viewpoint of a municipality and the Association of Municipalities. And we, as the association, try to educate the mayors and local governments. So I focus on the support for the development of high-speed internet in the Czech Republic from the viewpoint of local government or self-government. So the process in the municipalities is going from the wooden wheel to connectivity. If there is nobody in the municipality who is a visionary, actually, we now are trying to catch up with the development. And for that, we need a strategy, and the representatives of the municipality should know what they really need, what are their specifics, the risks in the place, and what can be offered to the users and networks operators. And also we need to know what our inhabitants need and what we need as a municipality. And we need a plan. We need a plan for a certain period ahead to be able to communicate our intentions, our plans, to map the coverage. And for that, there is a useful tool, digital technical maps, which are reaching the municipalities already. And we are also offering a certain facility through which we help scanning non-existing or unknown networks. We have a software called AGIS for that. So in those municipalities where we didn't know where the networks are located, we are using not only a scanning vehicle, but also drones. for 3D models or georadar. These are pictures from the georadar. At the top you can see the route of the drone. Then you can see a soil cross-section down to 9 meters depth. We could see some defects in the utilities, in the infrastructure because of lack of control of this infrastructure, and for this is a very useful tool for scanning also other things like greenery, but it's not today's topic. So to be able to discuss the plans with the operators, communication is essential, which has already been mentioned. And we are trying to educate the municipalities to communicate with the operators, to communicate, to formulate well the needs, to be able to make plans and achieve the goals. The next step is coordination, which is essential when planning any linear structures in the municipality. We need to know where the existing infrastructure is before we start building. And previously, there was a complication of 3 layers of ownership, including unidentified, unknown owners. This is a very complex situation whenever you want to do anything, when you want to install gas piping, water piping, whatever. You need the permits, consents from the owners. You need to convince them, which is really difficult sometimes. In coordinating and preparing the projects, we need to communicate the intentions, and as an association of local governments, we know that communicating with the big operators is good, it is successful, and I'm happy about that. I'm happy to see that the communication works there. But there are many small or smaller operators too, which are invited to all our consultations. But between the big one and small one, there is a medium one. So the goal is to be able to communicate with all those. And the communication is the key to everything. Unless we communicate, we will never reach the goals we have. Thank you very much. Now, I would like to ask our cameraman to show us some of the things we have been mentioning, because not everybody knows what, for example, this protecting device is, protecting device for cables. So we have some examples in the lobby, but for the online attendees, you can see what it really means. It is not a complicated device or equipment, nothing really complex. It is a very small infrastructure which can, on the other hand, do big things. Concerning this picture of this device, maybe you believe that having gigabit everywhere means having big infrastructure everywhere, but we have already seen that never will be 100%, because there will be places where it will not be possible for some geographical reasons, or because there are just a couple of houses, and conducting these ducts, these cables there is not really possible. But not having the optic fibers does not always mean that we won't have the gigabit connection, because VHCN is not always necessary for access 3.0. But in the prior panel discussions, having 800 mega instead of 1 giga does not mean that you won't be able to connect to the giga services. So the EU collects data of the top quality connection, and they say you do not have enough top quality connections, but this does not mean that the households would not have some sufficient connection. So when you visit people and you tell them we have gigabit, 500 mega, 100 mega, and you tell them that the lower speed options are cheaper, people will mostly opt for the cheaper one. So there is no demand, and all these aspects influence each other, because it is one market. So you may have optics somewhere because you are trying to get the optics close to the houses. So the decision whether when you are deciding whether you should go for commercial solutions or supported states or EU supported solutions, it is always about the demand, about what people prefer, what kind of connection they want, and it is well, especially with these remote places, remote municipalities, it is really costly. So commercial solution is sometimes receives priority. I agree that the benchmarks are a little bit worse as far as the Czech Republic is concerned, because we do not qualify for access 3.0. So if when it comes to 3.1, the reports will be better. But from the viewpoint of the end user, whether it's 1 giga or 700 mega, they do not even distinguish, and the capacity is sufficient for them. But on the other hand, we are at a conference focusing on the development of broadband receiving subsidies. So we will have to install the optic fiber connection, and by doing that we will create space for 10 years ahead, because then we will not view the investment from the viewpoint of what will be sufficient next year or in 3 years, but from the perspective of what will be sufficient or appropriate for decades ahead. So I am not against a different technology used by a commercial operator, but from the viewpoint of the infrastructure, I believe that at the end of the day, the subsidies should be allocated to the networks which are future-proof.
So we have concluded that we as the industry to disseminate broadband capacity had failed, and the Commission had considered us a country that failed from the system point of view in connectivity, which is a nonsense. E-commerce services were developed. We are able to be leaders in private internet in Europe. So it's in contradiction. So there is no failure of internet. So I guess we'll have to check not only situation in the Czech Republic, but also looking at reporting the connections lines and how we just reported to the Commission. So we probably should not deteriorate our position by those reporting approaches. Questions? No, I guess, because the most important part of the conference is ahead of us, which means lunch. So I would like to thank our colleagues for coming, seeing us, and speaking about hot topics, about issues. We face a lot of issues, and the situation is not really easy. And maybe I would like to conclude looking to the troubles we face. We, as the Czech Republic, we are a creative nation, so we should handle everything from the view of challenges, not troubles. And just let's elaborate on the way how to resolve those challenges. So let's meet again 40 minutes past 1, 13:40. So you have all those bands, the restaurant is located downstairs, so you can choose from, I guess, 7 meals, so enjoy your lunch.
Bude 10 minut, že to jenom asi spolu.
15 minut poté.
Asi to dovolí. Asi ne. Ale my budeme získat. Podáš potom, jasné. Jasné, ok.
teď máme mapování, jízdenek a pak
tyto dvě a pak vlastně to vystřídá Tomáš. Dámy a pánové, vstoupíme do naší odpolední části po obědové, tak prosím, usaďme se a
So let's start. We have a big topic ahead of us, mapping. So we will wait just for everybody. We have one little bit controversial topic, which is a mapping. We already mentioned it several times. Not all the maps are the same, and we will just hear more about it. I would like to invite Tomáš Kafka from Czech BCO to present the topic of mapping, and Mrs. Zuzana Koubová and Marek Ebert. We already have it, so please come to the stage. And then I would like to introduce my colleague Tomáš Kafka, who will just play the role of opening the discussion and also a creator of maps, white spots, and we finally know whom to blame. And then I would like to introduce chairman of the Czech Telecommunication Office, Marek Ebert, and Zuzana Koubová, who is preparing grants for us, and she's the one, thanks to her, we can build actually. Well, it's not my fault. I'm only displaying data you submit to me, so I'm only converted to digital and interactive form. So at the beginning, I would like to summarize briefly telecommunication infrastructure, where they are seen in digital maps, just to quickly go through the next topic of the next session. So what has been already introduced, telecommunication networks are split to mobile networks, and we are interested to know where is the signal in the maps, or we are interested to know where is the fixed network, the connection lines, or who is offering services in the maps. So that's the question of services. Then speaking about infrastructure, irrespective of type of the network, we are interested to know where the infrastructure is located, how it is developed within the Czech Republic. We like to know so what has been subsidized, and then we also bring national and international benchmarking and national statistics. Mobile services, you definitely know marketing maps of telecommunication operators. Anyway, if you wish to understand how to compare quality of signal and actually how to compare benchmark mobile services, we have a map. Czech Telecommunication Office had in fact started to operate a visual portal of telecommunication services this year, and we will know more about it. Speaking about fixed line, fixed connection, the maps are quite often not interactive. It's like a search engine for the exact address. Then it is necessary to look to information of mobile operators. Nevertheless, you can look for set-in infrastructure portal Zdrychlujeme Česko.cz, which is really handy portal. And speaking about declared connections that are visualized in mappainternetu.cz, and we will know more about it. how the Czech Republic is connected. You'll see it on the backbone maps that are posted on the mobile operators website or regional backbone networks sites. There is a registry of networks, so it's necessary to register in the portal, and then you can share information about operated or owned networks with the public administration of the Czech Republic. Location of infrastructure, operators of networks usually don't disclose it, just exceptionally. Only when there is a construction plant, then they may just rarely disclose it. Then, for instance, digital technical map, for instance, Přerov district has excellent portal. Otherwise, the technical infrastructure is reflected in the digital technical maps of regions, currently in technical maps of municipalities and regions, and it should be part of DTM. How is the infrastructure developed? It is maintained by the Ministry of Industry and Trade together with BCOs, and you'll find the map on our website, bconetwork.cz, and you'll also find the map of the grant projects and grants to be announced. Prior to its announcement, it is necessary to validate the data, verify it, and those information are available prior to opening of those sites on the website veřejnakonzultace.cz, publicconsulting.cz. I just would like to highlight one information that has been posted recently on BCO website. So there are discussions carried out with all representatives of the municipalities, and it's a subjective evaluation as perceived by the representatives of the municipalities, and we have quite well developed a set of statistics and questions, and then the subjective evaluation shows how public perceives the actual coverage versus data collected by the operators. I will not go through the GIS portal because there is 8 chapters and each holds 4 to 5 maps. Nevertheless, if you are interested, you can just play with it. It is interactive together with maps and graphs and charts and outputs of our BCO coordinators from the time when BCO was established. Last but not least, I would also point out the Czech Statistical Office data and international benchmarking in the ICT infrastructure session of the Czech Statistical Office. There is quite interesting and detailed presentation of the situation, including graphical display. It was collected during the data collected from households and so on. So they just pointed out that data are available, and it is available also in the English language. So that's how telecommunications are reflected on the maps. And now I would like to open the first session of this topic, which is development of connection of addresses to internet. The map has been already suggested, the white and black sites retrieved from the data collection of Czech Statistical Office. Statistical units that are used for those maps are active connections, about 3.9 million, then available connections, so that means where the connection could be established, then almost 17 million, then address points, which is then split to the address of the residential building, and then it is recalculated for the residential units. Data are available long time, since 2015. I have just displayed the development from 2015 to 2022, so you can see that the map white and map black is developed quite intensively. It is related to households and NGA 30 megabits per second plus. So that's why the upcoming subsidies relate to 100 megabits plus. Nevertheless, this development is available, and again you'll see it once you click on BCO network. How those maps are developed. Not only data about available or active connections are used, but primarily the data from the cadastral office, the residential buildings, number of apartments, registry of entrepreneurs from the Czech Telecommunication Office, and we also implemented the data from the registry of the sole entrepreneurs, and all those data are merged together, and it is necessary to create final data set. You'll always face problem or challenge. There are no problems, but only challenges. The basic data is that there is a time delay between the time when data was collected and verified. So that's what needs to be taken in consideration. Then the reference data are live, living data. So before everything is processed, then 20 to 30 thousands of new addresses, new buildings are built annually, and if you don't know about them, they are not reflected in the database, and you somehow need to reflect it. Of course, you have to cleanse the data, because sometimes you have errors, such as a family house with 700 apartments or something like that. And I have to say there are different fake addresses. The addresses are not unique. Sometimes open data pretend to be open, but then you cannot download it. So we still have room to improve as a Czech Republic from the point of view of the processor. Nevertheless, if we merge it together, then we can see interesting maps related to the basic settlement units or municipality or something like that. So are the data trustworthy? Can we trust it? So it's a regular data collection organized since 2015. So you can see certain trends development, and once there are deviation, we immediately see whether it's the data failure or whether it's due to the merge of operators or something like that. What is important is that the data are systematically verified, and at the end of the process, you immediately see the potential error. For instance, if you have new address point, or if address is missing, then you immediately see it. So data are related to the relevant settlement unit, and it's filled in by the operators that's the advantage, but on the other hand, we miss the information from the public network. Quality of reported data, it's up to the operators because, in fact, the situation is getting more and more complex. So to fill in the forum, to understand it well, it starts to be more and more complex. Or that is at least information I'm hearing. So we also get new and new columns for the processors, and we need to reflect it. And what is important, reference data are live, living. So we get a new and new basic settlement unit. New addresses are added. So we really need to look at the map from the view of covered sessions. We have to check or consider relative figures. So speaking about data verification or using the data for grants, how those maps can be used. So I would get floor to our colleagues. So I would like to invite Zuzana Koubová.
Ještě jednou dobrý den.
Good afternoon. My colleague presented in detail the data, the mapping, how the mapping is important, how much information it provides. And I would add some more information, and also I would like to point out how important the data is to be able to make a call notification, a call for building high-speed internet networks where the connections for individual households are built. We need data which we can draw on, and where we can see which addresses are covered, which are not. Sometimes we view the addresses as completely uncovered. Some are covered with a 30 megabit data, but can be covered with a higher speed internet because the EU allows to do so. So it is really a key data source, and the quality is therefore of major importance. As regards the information on the available connections, this data is entered by the operators down to the level of each address. The better the data is, and the more credible the data is, the better the allocation of the support will be. And of course, this aid will reach the addresses which are really uncovered, and we should avoid allocating the public funds to those addresses which are covered. So this might help in being more effective in making use of the public funds. So how do we know that the data is trustworthy? In what situations we can trust it? So for that, we have a public consultation. So what does it mean really? It is a time space. It is a space on the public consultation web where anyone can enter a comment concerning a call being prepared. And the purpose is to verify the mapping data, to complete some information, and to collect comments when someone thinks that the public data is not correct. The public consultations is based or is imposed by the Commission regulation, and the purpose is to verify the data reported. because the operators provide the data in the first quarter of the year, but for the prior year, at the first quarter, the purpose of the first quarter of the year is to collect the data. So we receive the data from the Czech Telecommunications Office at the beginning of the second half of the year. The Telecommunications Office verifies the data. When we receive it, we analyze it, we process it, and based on that, we determine the key residential units which are not covered sufficiently, and we call them white spots. But this is a long period of time, and talking about the current situation, so it takes 10 months from the data being entered by the operators. So if there is any public consultation in future, there is a sufficient time lag for some infrastructure having been built. So this is why the information or new information must be inserted must be completed to see the change against the data original reported. As well, we want to obtain information about any investment planned. Protection of private investment is important. So if any infrastructure operator has some private plans to cover a certain area, we have to protect this private investment. So we also need to have knowledge of these plans, and we need these plans to be reported for the public consultations. And through the public consultations, also a comment can be submitted in case anyone does not agree with the information reported. So this is from a public consultation. This is a overview of the key residential units where there is support provided also. So you can see which of the residential units are considered uncovered and where the support can be directed. As regards public consultation comment from the view of the public infrastructure operator, some time has elapsed from the time when I built a new network. So when there is, I can submit a comment, or I can submit a comment in case I have some private plans. This covers trustworthy plans, which are then verified and checked by way of the public consultations. On the web, there are also instructions for this verification. Or it needs to be documented by some contract with a supplier or by some public authority decision. So if the operator submits a comment like this, it should lead upon the verification to this investment being taken off the call, because the area may seem sufficiently covered, or an area which will be covered in a near period. So this subsidy will not be necessary. Then a comment from the perspective of a mayor, local government representative, or citizen. So there will be a list of the web which we consider uncovered. So if I find the municipality or part of municipality in this list, it is not sufficiently covered, and it should be part of the call and the operators should include it into their plans for the coverage. So it seems that everything is positive, and the internet will be provided in some close period. But part of it may have already been covered, and then again it will be cancelled. It will not be part of that call. Nevertheless, the Ministry of Industry and Trade can offer such a residential unit as part of the call, but there is no guarantee that it will finally be selected. From our side, it is just a confirmation that this residential unit is a white spot and is uncovered. But there are many of such residential units, and whenever there is a project the fact that there is a project does not provide a guarantee that all the residential units will be covered. We have already announced 3 calls. In all of those calls, there were these or there were residential units that occurred repeatedly because nobody has selected them so far. This may be a case where the investment does not bring any return and does not guarantee a return on investment for the operator. As well, it may happen that the mayor or inhabitant does not find their residential unit in their list, so that means that it is considered sufficiently covered, and therefore it will not be included in the call. But the mayor, for example, does not like it, and they have information from the locals that it is not true, or maybe the inhabitants applied for the service from the operator, but they were not. But the operator does not provide it really. So this is a situation where the people should submit the comment for the public consultation. It is good information that there was some demand which was not fulfilled, and we should therefore assess what the situation is like, and we should talk to the infrastructure operator. And when there are enough such comments in that area, we can reconsider the coverage, and we can change the color of the residential unit to white, and then it has to be included in the call. A public consultation is a certain time period before any call being announced. It has several rounds, but still this time period is limited. This is an internet map which has been mentioned many times already. It is a web portal which shows the data from the electronic data collection. So this is the way the connections were reported by the operators. It is a geographical demonstration of this information. And it shows the technology and the speed, connection speed as well. So you can find out what is offered there and by whom, and based on that you can submit a comment again. This is information about available connections, which also includes connections not installed to date. So if the end user is interested in the service, they have to demand it from the operator, and then they will receive information whether within 4 weeks they can be connected or not. If not, they can use a form on this website to submit a comment so that it is processed and resolved as soon as possible.
So I would like to thank Zuzana. On behalf of BCO, I can promise to focus on the issues that have been suggested because everything is not easy, but it's extremely important because without verifying data, we may end up constructing insights where it won't work. So I promise that we will prepare together educational videos, guidelines for everybody to understand the situation, simple ones. Together with Tomáš, we are working on the receipt and filling in the forms to be intuitive. So if I am able to fill it in, then you'll do it really easily. So I would like to thank very much for that, because thanks to verification of the data, we are improving quality of our networks. We have been talking about fixed networks, but sometimes also the mobile networks contribute to the coverage. Time to time, we just experience it in the municipalities. They tell us that they are not having the troubles with fixed, but not with even with the mobile service. They are not able to call even the ambulance, or they cannot call from anywhere. And sometimes we just hear a situation they have to run up to the hill when they need to call somebody. That's not what we want, and mobile operators are actually filling in the duties from the auction, so they are quite quickly improving the collections in the Czech Republic. And I just wanted to ask the chairman to tell us more about the mobile coverage. I have prepared one slide to show you more about it, because in fact when we show the internet map, it's about fixed networks, and my colleague will show you in a minute the information about mobile telecommunication networks. What is key is the V portal here. It's something related to mobile networks, and mobile networks, however, don't work without the fibers, and they experience identical troubles with constructions as the fixed network. So let's see what Czech Telecommunication Office is collecting, looking to situation and what we can do about it. Good afternoon. I would like to thank you for invitation. Those of you who don't know me, my name is Marek Ebert, and I'm honored to manage the Czech Telecommunication Office right now. I just would like to ask whether there is anybody else from other industries than telecommunications. They are connected remotely, so because I should not explain what everybody knows. So I have prepared the presentation about V-Portal, and I did not manage to download it, so I would leave it here, and it will be available later on. So speaking about V-Portal and about mobile coverage and data collection. So 3 areas I was asked to talk about. So mobile coverage, I would like to highlight that the Czech Telecommunication Office is definitely not the one who is going to ensure the coverage. First of all, we do not build networks, and we also have kind of limited competencies to make sure that the white spots are being converted to the covered area. We don't have competencies to do so. Last time when we have done the maps 2020, we also try to set development criteria for the transmission networks, currently 5G networks. So we currently set specific developmental criteria for rollout of 5G networks in order that latest by 10 years, once the radio frequency was allocated, which happened in 2023, or that means by January or February 2032, all districts will be covered with 95% of inhabitants. We have managed to achieve similar coverage of the Czech Republic. We have identified the main criteria for all the corridors, railway corridors, and so on. I have asked my colleagues to prepare this presentation. They are responsible for verification of fulfillment of developmental criteria in September. From the view of covering the territory by 5G, currently we are at 56 to 89% of territory covered by 5G. And speaking about number of inhabitants, 67 to 88% of inhabitants receive 5G. Those data are determined not by measuring the entire country, but those data were computed using data retrieved by mobile operators. They just register individual BTS that operators put in operation. So those data are downloaded to V portal, and you'll see it in more details. So you'll see the overview by individual municipalities, by individual streets. You can zoom in, you can select a tier, which operator I wish, which frequency I can use, and you can just do it using morphological maps and so on. So I think it's a very useful aid for all self-governments. So to make sure what is the coverage in the given area. We are actually adding information to this data. We ongoingly update it, and in fact, we then know what areas should be improved. Of course, we get the information from the municipalities. Recently, I visited Liberec region, discussing about the situation. Then we sent our technicians measuring the data, and they have to use the equipment determined by the auction for 5G in this case. So it is all then downloaded to V portal. So everybody who is interested will then find our measured data from locations we were able to measure in real time. So that's how we identify mobile white spots, and we work with those white spots later on. We are working with that later on once we have to improve the coverage. For instance, once there is an auction of a frequency, or for instance, right now there will be an auction of radio coverage 900 and 1800 frequencies, hertz. So we also share this information with the Minister of Industry and Trade, And last year, they have actually discussed about it, and they just developed a document how to improve coverage of rural areas and also improving coverage in railway corridors. So we can just ask for coverage. Once we have a tool, for instance, the winner of the radio frequencies together with terms and conditions. But unfortunately, in other situations, we don't have any enforcing responsibility. We can just check whether the equality is relevant, and then when handing over this information to the ministry, then ministry can develop the subsidies or grants for improving the coverage. Together with mobile operators, we may try to invent a mechanism that would represent a system solution for not quality coverage. We cooperate with the regions, of course, and we, of course, have common interest to improve the situation together with the representative of the municipalities, of course, because usually it is about places that are not economically interesting, not enough people live there, remote locations, no backhaul connections, and so that's why those cases where we just verify the data, then based on this learning, we would like to prepare a document for the municipalities and cooperate with them on the extended improved offer of what the municipality can do to improve the situation, what the operator can do to improve the situation. And we have agreed with BCO that we would also involve BCO that would actually assist municipalities to phrase the requirements and find possible solutions to improve the coverage. So that's about it, about the actual situation of mobile coverage, and of course, a lot of municipalities simply inform us about a lot of requirements. We try to fulfill it. I just wanted to inform you that unfortunately we are not able to quickly manage to get the coverage from the moment when the mayor informs us about lack of coverage. It is unfortunately not like that. So speaking about V-portal, then maybe I would like to add a few information. It has been said, you see the simple link there, and you'll find the information about availability of both mobile and fixed services, infrastructure, and also a radio and television signal. Speaking about data that were collected electronically, for instance, when individual stakeholders on the market, thousands of them report mid-year and at the end of the year geographical situation, and then those data are then posted on our portal, resulting in the information about availability of the information, and we see the results of our measurement also. For the future, based on the V-portal, we would like to build another application called Broadband Atlas, and this application should interlink today's application that you probably know, which is a benchmarker, a tool that was prepared by Czech Telecommunication Office. We made it available for public. We also see the availability of services in there. So based on data we collect within the electronic data collection, and we also combine the price offers. And I would say that for a lot of municipalities, it may be used as a good tool, what offers not only from the view of available infrastructure, but also what price lists are available in the given locations. That's about vPortal. And getting back to electronic data collection, I see representatives of business community. We discuss with them heavily how to set the data collection system right. It is always about achieving a balance. What kind of data we need for our own needs, because we analyze market and those analyses then should be used for decision on potential regulation on selected market segments, and if so, then do it correctly. And then, of course, it is also used for preparation of the grants, fixed and mobile networks. And then, of course, reports for colleagues from statistical offices or European Commission. In the morning, we discussed why we are not doing that well in the international benchmarking and what data are submitted to them. Well, those data were determined by methodology of the collection, and unfortunately, in many cases, Czech Republic is not able to persuade those who collect the data that the structure of data should be designed differently due to an effort to collect a unified structure of data. We try to explain specific situation of the Czech Republic from the view of, for instance, technology 3.1, something is achievable, something it's hard to explain, and maybe it's not possible to implement it to data collection. Nevertheless, European Commission and Statistical Office, they may use our data once they need it. Within the scope, we are authorized to share. Data collection is done half-yearly and annually, and of course the annual data collection is wider. And speaking about the data we are talking about, that means data about infrastructure, services of broadband, both fixed and mobile networks. It is about methodology, what Czech Telecommunication Office had prepared. We have not prepared it on our own. We have prepared it together with stakeholders from the industry, and I have to say that not everybody has a unified opinion, and we also cooperated with the academicians from the universities. So I would say that last year and this year is somehow tuned up. So data that we will collect next year for 2023, we just keep the structure stabilized as it is, and I would like to promise that data for 2024 would be collected based on amended structure if methodology is needed to be modified in order to reflect current situation on the market. That's about the electronic data collection. I have already explained vPortal, and I would say that my presentation will be available online. And speaking about mobile network improvement, coverage, I explained that we try to develop activities we are entitled to do, or we cooperate with the ministries, and we, for instance, provide information to identified wide intervention areas. I have to say that I I'm not able to invent anything else what I should explain, but I'm here for your questions. Otherwise, you can contact me anytime. So I see the question. Schmid, I'm a mayor of small municipality. We are learning about maps from information, historical information as at certain point of time. But if I, as a mayor, would like to develop my municipality, are there any maps of planned activities, let's say for 6 months forecasts? So, for instance, I would learn that suddenly 5G will be implemented or something like that. So, future. Yes, we definitely do not have the information about those plans, being able to tell you when and which operator assumes to build a network. Maybe you should ask mobile operators, and I have verified it in specific examples. When you just check specific location or specific municipality, operators are usually ready to develop those plans or discuss it. Of course, with a view of economic competition, so maybe not disclosing it fully. When the grant was prepared called 5G rural areas, it was already announced. Applications are being submitted now, and we help Ministry of Industry and Trade to evaluate those applications, and we try to assess whether those white spots should be covered by mobile operators based on the duties from the auction. So maybe the situation in coverage may change in different locations. Nevertheless, what was subject to the call, the white spots published by MIT as the intervention areas within the 5G rural areas calls. So in fact, those were areas that mobile operators did not include in their development plan, and that's why Ministry had prepared the call to improve the situation. Nevertheless, we unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, we don't have this information being able to tell you in this location and in given period of time. The only exception is, and I apologize for not saying it earlier, only in the cases of the development plan requested by the auction outputs, because there is a risk of potentially disturbing television signal. So in order to prevent, eliminate a situation when television signal would be destroyed, then we have set the duties of 2 months trial period of new BTS of 5th generation 5G. And during those 2 months, we test whether the pilot operation, trial operation is running and does not disturb television signal. And it's probably the only thing or only situation when we know 2 months ahead that specific mobile operators are about to launch mobile BTS because they are testing potential disturbance of the signal, and after this period of time they evaluate whether it was okay or not, and if so, then we just require measurement to be done by the operators, for instance, to replace filters of the TV signal or something like that. I would say for 2 months the municipalities should be informed, and they should learn that this or that BTS is about to start operating, and they should be informed about it. But it's only forecast for 2 months. So I would like to add on it, if you are interested in strategy of fixed networks, then this part should be incorporated in the DTMs, and it should also cover the future planned construction projects in order to be able to coordinate individual construction projects, because of course once coordinating individual constructions, then everything goes faster. But if you are interested, you can or we can in fact try to organize mutual meetings with the operators with you once you prepare a strategy. I understand that for the municipality, it's really important once making digging to coordinate everything and coordinating all the necessary works. So that's about it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention and have a very nice day. Thank you very much.
Prezentaci potom. Jo.
Ne, mám ji tady. Skutečně tady. Akorát tam ještě další, tak je tam portál Římská linie.
Tak jo, moc krát děkuji.
Thank you. We will add this presentation to your materials. Now let me thank to my colleagues, to the panelists who were so brave to present. And don't be worried to submit comments. We will try to help you, because what we want is that the data is correct and that the grants are allocated to the correct venues, so that the networks are not duplicated or do not lack anywhere. So now I will hand over to my colleague. We spoke about mapping in the Czech Republic, and I will hand over to Zdeněk, who will add some more information. Mapping is a big or important topic, not only in our country but also other EU member states. And my colleague Tomáš Novák from the Czech BCO will provide some information about that. And also we will hear about Slovakia from Mr. Rastislav Pavlik and Attila Bet. So I would like to invite all these gentlemen on stage.
Tak, dobrý den, dámy a pánové.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I can see that you are still here in quite a large number, that not many people left after the lunch, so it seems that the conference is interesting. I will try to accelerate. But we have been hearing about the importance of mapping in the area of internet, not only for the purpose of the calls, but also to be able to check where the public funds are directed. But for us in BCO, it is important because whenever we meet a mayor in a municipality, the first thing they talk about is the mapping. This is really a thing which is important, which they consider important. And if there is a mayor who doesn't want to deal with internet, we can use the mapping to prove that it is an important issue. So in the EU member states, the situation and the way it is being fixed is similar. So let's wait for the presentation. Okay, thank you. So the easiest way to find out what the situation in connection is in Europe is to visit the BCO Network EU website. You can see that each of the countries has their unique approach. We have opted for the method which was presented by my pre-speakers, where you can see individual addresses and the coverage. In Austria, for example, they have 100-meter distances, which is not so precise. So as regards mapping, the Czech Republic is one of the countries who has a very high quality mapping. So I must say I'm looking forward to taking a seat, because I want to see whether these chairs are comfortable or not really. So let me sit down. I will now head over to my colleague. Well, if I stayed in the armchair for 2 or 3 minutes more, I might fall asleep, because we had a big lunch. So I will ask for my presentation now. This is mapping in Slovakia and how we have been doing it so far. The last mapping in 2022 was done in quite a random way. The last information we collected was about NGA, where in 2019 we had 1,800 white municipalities. And in the memorandum, which I mentioned before lunch, there were 21 white villages. Then we mapped the connection of 100 mega to 1 giga. And the information from 2022 mentions 75% white spots, white addresses. But we need the data to be able to make the interventions in the intervention areas where public consultations must be carried out, and to be able to update the data. And the intervention areas, we want to implement the intervention calls. We collected data concerning broadband connection based on the BEREC rules. It was not focused on infrastructure inside the building. As regards information granularity, the Ministry of the Interior has created a register of addresses which contains a list of address points, including some address identification and the coordinates, and to that we assign certain parameters. That is what kind of technology there is, the maximum download speed during the peak hours, then upload speed during the peak hours, topology from the operator's headquarters. And as regards the plans, besides the technologies, we also asked about the expected dates of deployment, but this is information from the operators. It is information which is important, for us, and based on that we can provide further information, and for that I will hand over to my colleague who will tell you more about the numbers specifically. So these are the numbers from the mapping in 2022. So the key information, this is the number of addresses that were mapped, so 1,600,000. 43 operators took part. So these are the operators from whom we obtained the data. And these are, so in the first two columns you can see addresses which are covered. So it's 1,661,000. That's the number of addresses, 100%, and of that 24.80% is covered with 1 gigabit. So, and as regards what the operators are preparing, they said they by 2025 or end of 2025 they will cover 35.6%. So this is the number of addresses which will be covered at the end of 2025, and still there will be 591,000 addresses where interventions can be done. Okay, next slide. This shows what the trend will be. So this is 412,000 address covered with 1 gigabit speed, and this number will grow up to 1,069,000 by the end of 2025. So in percentage it is 150%. It is a little bit doubtful, but this is what the operators reported. And as the gigabit coverage will grow, the proportion of lower speed coverage will go down. So you will see also the numbers of addresses, how they will change, 746 down to 300 something. And this is the trustworthiness, the credibility of these numbers. So in 2019, there was a plan to cover 36.2% with 1 gigabit speed, and actually they covered 30%. So the gap was not that big. So it is quite credible, but not 100%. So in this perspective, we have to view what they are declaring now. This is the newest data, newest information. At the end of 2025, 35.6% addresses will not be covered. So there will be a growth from the current status of 24.8% to 64.4%. And as regards, that's the 1 gigabit, and as regards lower speeds, in 2022 it was 77.2% with 100 megabyte, and 22.8% will have a speed lower than 100 megabyte. So thank you. One important information. In the national broadband plan, we had a plan to upgrade the speeds from 100 mega to 100 giga, but in 2030, the goal for 1 giga is 100%. now information from business intelligence, the current status, East Slovakia. There were the operators carried out some efforts to modernize the networks, and this was implemented in practice. And then there were some villages in west and central Slovakia where there were small operators' activities visible, like the areas of the towns of Prievidza, for example. These are covered by small operators. As regards 2025, we are talking about the gigabit goal, so the coverage should be 64.33%. So it's East Slovakia, Banská Bystrica, and also West Slovakia, Bratislava, Banská Bystrica. These are geologically interesting regions, lowlands, in the direction of the Czech Republic. From Bratislava in the west and also Košice in the east. So these are territories where the operators are willing to install the networks, and the costs are lower there. But here in this part of Slovakia, these are the districts or regions where we would like to intervene. So if I was to split it, looking at the municipality or district of Velký Krtiš, which has least coverage, so by 2025 it should be 12% only. We have split that or broke that down to individual municipalities in that district. So these are the challenges ahead of us. So these are the districts where we should intervene. Another district, Krupina, north of Velký Krtič, 13% by or 16% by 2025. When we were preparing the mapping, we talked with our regulatory office about how to propose these regions where we should intervene. In the past, we were saying there were certain areas of region which were disadvantaged, and we will make this information more specific. And based on that, we will carry out the pilot calls as we presented before lunch. And these will verify the determinations, the setup that we came up with. As regard, we cooperate with the regulatory office, so we can see the 1 gigabit coverage down to the level of individual municipalities, where we can see certain places where it is quite covered. And this should be the situation in 2025. So this is again broken down to the level of individual municipalities. So these are the challenges we are facing for the future. But you can see there will still be white spots in the central and eastern part of Slovakia. So the operators got a table of 591,000 addresses, which will not be covered by 2025. So they are studying it now, and based on the cooperation with the regulatory office, the areas to intervene will be picked up. We have identified one issue, which is the issue related to the statistical office. It is the issue of matching the connection points, the addresses to household. Actually, the statistical office is not really willing to get engaged in that. Maybe we will have to cooperate with the cadastral office. So far, I have said that we are mapping the situation quite randomly. But in the future, we will have a broadband portal based on an act on electronic communications. We will have a geo-survey, electronic geo-survey, and we will have a system which will support us in obtaining the data, in collecting, processing the data, and also in the public consultations. So thank you very much. I believe we have provided you with some basic information that will give you a picture of the situation in other countries.
Thank you very much. Please stay with us. And I have noticed one interesting thing. And I would say that maybe market would be interested to know how it works actually. How operators feel about collecting data more frequently in smaller batches. Did they protest? So actually they should be now participating in pilot preparations or pilot data collection. It is important to know that until today, they were submitting data to 4 points, mapping to our ministries, data collection at the regulatory office, collecting data in 3 databases. And they expect that they would forward data only to a single point and don't have to submit the data to 4 more sites. So the feedback is positive. Do you have any information how data are collected abroad? Because we are collecting data per address points for years. Do you have any experience whether colleagues may collect data per grids, let's say 100 by 100 meters? Do you have experience with anything like that? Well, I can say that based on the Austrian experience, they also collect data from operators per addresses. In case of fixed networks and per mobiles, they are collecting data per grids, 100 by 100 meters. So fixed address points plus grids per mobiles. Thank you. Anybody else? Any question for our colleagues from Slovakia? No? Then thank you very much for detailed explanation to see how everything is done also abroad. And I guess you would be interested in the upcoming break. The refreshment is already prepared for you. I would like to ask you to take your refreshment with you back to the conference room because we still have interesting information from 5G and smart communities from our colleagues from the European community. So we would learn more interesting information how the networks are used and built. And we have some questions here. How BCO will help starting 2024? Well, we have disclosed part of the information starting 2024. We are detailed cooperating in details with municipalities, and in fact, a municipality that will ask for it will receive the information and information how the networks are working, with whom they should cooperate, and so on. Nevertheless, less frequently. We will more focus on detailed support and communication among operators, because our aim is to interconnect the market together with the municipalities, and we will focus both on fixed networks, as Chairman Ebert had already explained, and also focusing on mobile networks, and we will prepare the internet map for you together with our colleagues from MP, Ministry of Industry and Trade. We will just focus on answering and resolving the comments, and also we will be charged of technical communications related to 5G services to use it in order to be able to use everything and use the given services. So we will be involved in those basic activities, and of course what we have already started to do today, we have helped municipalities to prepare strategic plans. It's quite important effort in order to implement also the electronic networks that are missing today, and subsequently the qualified personnel may draft it for the relevant areas which is currently missing. And that's what we are going to do next, and we will try to cooperate with you as much as we can. How specifically BCO cooperates? Quite frequently, both municipalities and operators consult us, and they want us to be a translator for them. That's simply how it is in the IT world, because mobile operators offer certain services. Nevertheless, municipalities are not experts in this field. They just know how to arrange waste management, electricity, taxes, and so on. And I'm talking especially about small municipalities, so those are quite frequent cases, and quite frequently we also act as an independent mediator. We are cooperating with MITs. We are not state officers. We quite often work part-time, so we are independent of state administration, independent of municipalities, independent of operators. So we are independent bodies, independent of technologies, and this gives us a freedom to honestly advise the best approach. So speaking about specific cases, quite often we just handle the requirement related to ownership. So we can just quite frequently handle the requirements of the penetration of the given operator in the given area. So we just can handle better feedback for the designers, so they will be able to work better. And this is a big part of our activities. So how it is handled from the CTO? Well, Czech Telecommunication Office verifies prices, and if you complain, they can check prices from the wholesale offers, and if you think that you are discriminated, then there is nothing easier than just complain through a setting or through the Czech communication office, thinking that the pricing is not set right. How BCO prepares mayors for the public consulting? We will just prepare with our colleagues simple prepared form, because we think that during the digitized time we don't have to fill in everything manually, so we just try to structure everything in order to facilitate comments management and also entering the data, of course. Then IROP 45 project is conditioned by strategy of building a non-public network. Do you want to help us with that? Once we know just the details, just contact us for sure. We are not specialists in creating strategies or projects, because once we just submit the projects, we would lose our independency, and we won't be able to advise independently. And we, in fact, together with my colleagues, we just discussed it with citizens and so on. So anytime you feel like, you can contact us, and we will just look for the cooperation. We cooperate not only with municipalities but also with regions, and the troubles may start over there. And for a number of regions, we are well-established partners, so we are already cooperating with them and so on. So they were the questions, and I didn't want to keep it for the very end. So if somebody leaves early, it will be a mistake, of course, because we have prepared together with our colleagues some prizes, awards from us, from people from BCO, not from the project. So time for break, and 5 to 7 minutes, and please bring your coffee back to the conference hall, so we will be able to continue.
Je to k nevíře, ale přestávka se blíží ke konci, tak prosím, dosvačte.
So the break is about to end, so please get back to your seats so that we can open the final part of the conference.
Tak, já vím, že se vám...
I understand that you like the lobby with the refreshments more than the conference hall, but please grab your coffee, whatever you are eating, and get back to your seats, because now my colleagues will show you a brand new a new project, and it should concern operators as well as municipalities, and it's not related only to the electronic communications networks. Tomáš Kafka from BCO, who will present the project taking a picture of a building, of a structure.
I would like to invite you to the lobby where we posted panels, so time is running. So just briefly, I will ask for the presentation to explain what is it about. So it is a project of a modern way how to document progress of construction projects. About a year ago, we were invited to a seminar related to good practices in municipalities, and one of the ideas used abroad is using documentation of services. By traditional photography, you will just based it in the GIS and also using the NERV technology. You can just scan the trenches and you create a 3D model. It is also used by the Czech police to map car accidents, and then you have really trendy procedure using scanning, geographical scanning on tablet or mobile handsets, or of course professional scanner. You can scan your construction building, and in a minute you'll receive 3D model photo documentation, and you can just display it in virtual reality. And it's a unique project, unique method how to improve your knowledge about your municipality, about infrastructure under the surface, and more information you collect, better situation for the next generation. I think it's quite interesting to see it live. So in case anybody is interested in the technology, we'll be in the lobby at the stand, and we can show you the presentation in detail, and we can show you live demonstration, how it looks like in the virtual reality. Thank you very much, and let's continue according to our agenda. Thank you very much, Tomáš Kafka. So you are invited. So in case you are interested to know more about I take picture of a construction, I think it's really interesting topic for mayors. So our colleagues are ready for you at the stand in the lobby, and you can of course agree on practical cooperation, which is the other bonus of the conference. Now I would like to invite a representative of European Union, Mr. Stavros Kalapotas, leader of the 5GSC team. And in case you are interested, please take your headphones. It is going to be interpreted, and you can also respond, ask questions, comments, and so on. So thank you, Zdeněk. We have opened this topic a little bit, how to use cell networks, and I'm pleased that our colleague Stavros came to join us today and show us demonstration projects that are already in place, and they can guide us how to use demonstration projects in the Czech Republic. We are talking about 5G networks. Nevertheless, 5G without our fixed networks cannot operate. So, Stavros?
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here at your BCO conference. An explicit thank you also to the colleagues, to Mikael Manhart for his invitation. I took some notes from the very interesting presentation that we did. I heard from the previous speakers. First of all, my name is Stavros Kalapothas. I'm a policy officer in European Commission, working in the investment in high-capacity networks. Unit under CEF Digital. We are responsible for the CEF Digital work program, and we have the specific topic of 5G for smart communities we were about to discuss today. So, bridging also from the previous presentations, I read with a very interesting notes about how quality of data and the role for proper mapping, and eventually how this data we rely for investment, and based on this, we have based on this data, we, you, the country, provide the investments in underserved or white areas. So this is very interesting to hear. Also very interesting that the state aid is supporting the 5G development, and especially for rural areas. So in that respect, I would like to give you some hints about CEF Digital in general, where we have the policy objectives of our work program, which is around the Digital Decade Policy Program for 2030 targets. As you might know already, we have the target of all populated areas and households to be served with 1 gigabit connectivity up to 2030, with an intermediate target of at least 100 megabits at 2025. This is also is also a target for the 5G connectivity as well. So all household and all populated areas must be covered by 2030 with 5G connectivity. Another aspect that we also we need to consider, and we have also integrated in the new call for proposals in call 3, and I will go through more about it later. We have the edge computation, so edge computing capabilities that are increasing and must be, the goal of 2030 is to have 10,000 edge-capable nodes being deployed. Going into more on the high level where our, let's say, topic of 5G for smart community stands, we have the large-scale 5G deployments with starting with a major transport path. We have the famous 5G corridors project under CEF Digital. We have, of course, urban areas that needs to be served by the 5G connectivity. And then we are focusing with this specific topic with specifically on local 5G system in either in rural or, let's say, in less populated areas. So we have this geographical continuum horizontally. You see the bar on top. And then we have also some other verticals we need to take into consideration, which are mainly the use cases, the cloud edge and infrastructure, as well as the connected objects. So we have, for every use case, we have vertical integration with these technologies. What we have seen so far from previous calls in 5G for smart communities, you can see here actually the geographical map of call 1 projects. There are actually 7 ongoing projects at the moment. Currently also call 2 results are imminent to be published. Currently they are in the status of grant agreement preparation, so the gap phase, and by the end of November, early December, we expect to have the results also published. Here you can see on the slide from call 1 projects the actual member states, the funding that they have been awarded, and the type of application. And I will also go through more in more detail in a few moments. So we have actually Hungary, Germany, Italy, and Belgium and France as well. What we have noticed from the previous calls, as well as from the overall evolution in call 2 projects, although we are not capable, let's say, at this stage to publish them openly to you, we can give you some insights from the project's portfolio that we have seen already. So we have already noticed that there are a lot of public operators, alternative operators, as well as tower companies. We also seen not only typical public 5G networks, but as well as mobile private networks. We have transitional flexibility, which means that we not only support 5G standalone networks, which means that we include also the 5G core, but also we have the flexibility to support and an evolutionary, let's say, stage, the 5G non-standalone networks that mainly resembles only the RF upgrade part. What we also noticed in Call 2 and Call 1 projects that there is some improvements and some embarrassment of edge cloud network integration, which mean we have some key benefits out of it. Mainly, we can support densification, increase of the connected objects and devices throughout the network, as well as reduced power consumption. So one of the main benefits is the power efficiency that we bring with the edge computing devices being deployed at the last mile, actually, to the base station antennas. We have also a variety of IoT applications being reported, such as port safety, city recycling, city traffic, and precision agriculture. There are also multiple verticals. So we have health, education, energy, and transport. And we have a positive impact in environmental transition and energy consumption. So this is one of the benefits, not only from coming natively from the 5G connectivity, but as well as from the edge cloud integration. So taking this feedback further and incorporating into the Call 3 text, we have included as a new feature now bundling the 5G connectivity with edge cloud deployment. So at this stage, we not only reimbursed the up to 75% the 5G infrastructure, but also the edge cloud computing infrastructure, which is of course not mandatory, but if deployed must be at the same location in order to take advantage the energy at the time efficient, as previously already mentioned. What remains unchanged in Call 3, we have at least, we need to have at least two partners, the owner of the 5G infrastructure, the provider and the provider of the service of general interest, so the SGI use case. 75% still remains up to the percent of reimbursement for the infrastructure cost, including passive and active infrastructure. We have also an option to fund up to 10% of the fiber backhaul that may need to be deployed for the 5G connectivity to be established. The total funding following, so actually now the total funding is already published. It is 51 million euro, and we have a procurement that should be in line with the 5G cybersecurity toolbox, which includes and needs to be highlighted for the high-risk suppliers. The duration remains unchanged, so we have still 36 months for all the projects, but of course there are exemptions, there are possible extensions depending on the use case. Again, more visually to give you the scope, we have the eligible cost, which is again up to 75%. 5G passive and active infrastructure is funded, as well as the 5G connectivity software, meaning all the NMS, etc., for the 5G network is funded, is reimbursed. We have the edge cloud hardware and software infrastructure, so this is good in that respect. We have the fiber backhaul up to 10%, and we need to highlight that the applications for the use case, regardless if this is going to be IoT, so at the higher level, all the applications are not, let's say, funded, reimbursed by our program. The participants, again, is the owners of the funded 5G infrastructure, as well as the public authority or the provider of services of general interest. Security requirements, a self-declaration by the main beneficiaries and the partners must be provided and approved by the member states. However, the end users of the projects are exempted from this obligation. Here in short, I have some slides to give you some details from the projects that are currently under development from Call 1. You can see on the left the French use case for, excuse me, the Italian use case, which is a 5G for a smart Sicilian academic campus in Italy. And we have Vodafone Italia and the University of Palermo as the main consortium partners, and the use case is for new functional approaches to educational training in the university and the hospital, so they're creating a continuous care system. We have also the Frankfurt Hospital, University Hospital, that is offering again with Vodafone in this project that is providing mobile ultrasound examinations, telemedicine concepts, as well as diagnosis of COVID and other digital health improvisations. The French one in Toulouse, we have the public administration and the city services that are being innovated or improvised by 5G connectivity. We have the Toulouse Metropole and Alsatis. So you see, it's the city owns the network in this specific use case, and is considered the owner of the mobile network infrastructure. And the main use case is about traffic management and supervision of public spaces for safety reasons. Another healthcare use case is demonstrated in Flanders. We have a 5G innovative healthcare services for the West Flanders in Belgium. And there we have remote assistance and emergency response vehicles being supported by 5G. Also a Hungarian one, so this is a 5G agri-tech hub being deployed in Hungary right now. And Vodafone Hungary, together with a service of general interest provider, is establishing a 5G mobile private network hub to demonstrate a precision agriculture use cases, also row crop cultivator, machine-to-machine connections, as well as weed monitoring and spraying plan with machine-to-machine connection in field crop production. So in general, precision agriculture use case. Going again and reflecting on how we are closing the gap with 5G and edge. So we have this convergence with real-life use cases, as we have seen already. Let's say the premise is that we have seen, let's say, a slow rollout of edge capacity in 5G. If you have been noticing the earlier, the first slide that I showed you, there are actually 0 edge nodes currently, and the target is up to 2030 to become 10,000. So in order to compensate and tackle this issue, we need to decrease the latency, and in order to offload all the energy the devices with more power efficient, more computing efficient devices. So this is one of the benefits implementing edge computing with 5G. We have also seen projects previously, such as the 5G Carmen, which was a 5G PPP project, and which was more focused in connected and automated mobility, and in that respect have shown significant benefits with edge computing as well as 5G. So we have this, all these use cases, not only at the real-life scenarios, being implemented not only at the research level, but also at the implementation level, and this is very good. All these experimental results, we are, let's say, focusing on to see them, also to embrace them in Call 3 projects. Without further ado, I'm copying here the details for Call 3, In the QR code is the actual the URL of for the submission portal of HADEA. You see the available budget, again, it's 51 million euro. And the application deadline, it is currently the 17th of January 2024. So hopefully you find my presentation interesting, and I'm ready for your questions.
Thank you very much, Stavros, for thank you very much, Stavros, for coming here and being with us to present the steps of the European Union. When remembering or looking at the last slide of the presentation, I think it is also a challenge for you. Maybe you should start thinking about your activities and about how the demonstration projects should be used in terms of the services to be deployed. Because you will use common European money, and you may be looking for some joint or common solutions and push things forward. When I started to learn about 5G networks and smart things, so all that is very interesting, and gaining experience, you adapt to your personal growth too. Time is tight, so we have agreed that well, there were supposed to be presentations about smart 5G activities which are being carried out by BCO and also by our colleagues and partners in other institutions who does help us promote the technologies, and that is why we moved the presentation into the other room, the other meeting room, because there are certain presentation boxes where you can see all the activities that we are carrying out. You will also receive the slides, so you can have a look at the activities just by yourselves, and you can talk to our colleagues there. But before closing today's conference, I promised a certain thank you surprise. So Rostya, please, could you join us here? And also I would like to ask Stavros to join us as an external person, unbiased person. So please, can you draw a piece of paper? One more. Thank you very much. Now you know why you have received the bands which you have on your wrists. There is a number on each of those, but the number is really important. And these are the numbers on the ballot papers here as well. So, number 33326. Is there anyone with the number here? If not, bad luck. Okay. What about 33340? Okay. Those who have already left, bad luck. For those who have already left, bad luck. We have enough numbers here. We have enough numbers to be drawn. So now 3, 3, 3, 3, 2. Lots of threes. Is there anyone like this? Not. Okay. Another one. 3, 3, 3, 1, 7. Not. Okay. Nobody. Well, it seems we will be able to keep the prizes. So 33301. Have a look at your wristbands. Okay, it seems that the winner is still here. Great. So the gift, the present, is a Moravian wine from a well-known Moravian winery. And the winery always announces the number of bottles produced. So there's only as many as 2,000 bottles. So it's really rare, and it's a great present. So let's draw some additional numbers. Three, 3, 3, 2, 2. Okay, great. Three, 3, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Great. We have another winner.
A máme tady
next number 33303. One of the very first people who came today, this morning, according to the number.
Tak, pak tady máme
33376. Nobody.
33370.
33370. Nobody. 33375. Look at your numbers carefully.
Tak, máme tady
33366. Excellent.
Jo. Tak. Tak, máme tady
33319.
No, super. Podejte. No. Tak. To bylo, kolik to bylo? 33319, jo? Ne, to by bylo to už.
33314.
Tak, jdeme dál.
Let's draw a few more.
Takže jdeme dál.
33350. Nobody. I can't see anyone. 33330. Excellent. We have a winner with this number.
Kde je pán? Jo. Tak, dá to. Tak a já budu volat, ať se tady do toho
33331.
Máme tady
33368.
Vidím, nevidím.
I can't see anyone. Nobody.
Tak, 33377.
33377. Three, 33360. Is there anyone here with that number? No. 33361. I will be quick now, so don't hesitate. 33312. Okay, great.
Tak, teď tady máme, jak se spolupracuje.
And because we cooperate with the local action groups, we also support workshops, certain workshops. So we decided to do something for them, something beneficial for them. It's the protected workshops where handicapped people work. So they have number 33363. So it is a gift from them. 33339. 33302. Okay, another winner.
Pak tady máme
33364. 33312. Nobody. So 33328. Nobody. 33307.
Jo. Tak, máme tady další.
33320. And 33334.
A protože nám tady kolega
And since our colleague from the Slovak BCO had helped us, so this is for him. Last one. So we were slightly delayed. We just managed to cope with it partially. Nevertheless, I would like to thank you very much. So this is the last topic in the lobby. So if you are interested to know more, our colleagues are ready. They are just moving over there. So we would like to thank you very much, and we will try to organize next conferences, videos, webinars, and we are just moving towards the regions next year, and we will just continue with the projects we have started this year already, like smaller events in districts or regions in cooperation with local action groups and the region, focusing on the given region. Thank you very much. Since you were here, you demonstrated you care for the internet, and hopefully we will just make our mutual project to come through. We will achieve better coverage and new services. Stavros, thank you very much for coming, and have a very nice rest of the day, and thank you very much.
A velké díky kolegům.
Thank you very much for our colleagues at the COLD, and also the colleagues from the BCO Czech Republic that had organized the event. Thank you very much. Have a safe journey back home.